Hello and welcome. Browser audio is going. Okay, good. So we got some music going to the background. Welcome back for the final stream of ARR. Guaranteed this time because I actually know how many MSQ like quests there are. That's a little redundant, MSQ quest, but whatever. I actually know that I'm at the right place in the MSQ that I am actually going to finish today. So we will get there. But I'm Mugen. There are a couple little things to work on before we get going. One being my squadron, which I think should be back. Let me check. They done? Failure! Huzzah, good for them. I'm kind of sending them on the hardest missions now, which makes sense that they're kind of failing here. I'm pushing them a little bit right now to do things they're not quite ready for at the moment. But, insufficient seals. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have anything to sell either. Okay. I'll deal with that later after stream then. But yes, I'm pushing my squadron to like go on the hardest missions now, so they're failing a lot. And second is I've been doing some stuff off stream. A lot of stuff. Look at all those control materials. So I got my Ixel ranked up enough to the point where not only can I buy the rank 3s, but I also get three missions a day from them where you can get rank 4s. Now I'm not bothering with the other rank 4s. I was only doing the control ones, which means really I'm doing maybe 1 or 2 missions the last couple of days that get me these rank 4s because I only bothered with control. But I'm at the point where I should be good today. We're going to go ahead and run it. Just so I can sort this out. I have 401, and I believe I need 407, so I believe I need 6 more points. 407. I also need 451 craftsmanship, but I can hit that with food. My food can get me there. My craftsmanship, 47 on top of the 405 gets me 452? 452. No. Yes, 452. So I'm there, but I need 6. I need 6 more control. I should be able to hit it today. So we should be able to get into the highest tier of ARR master crafting. Well, not today, but for next week's video. But let's just make sure that that's the case. I got plenty of control here. Now, Z, I could go and try and put these control 4s on, but here's the thing. 2 things. 1, no matter which combination I do, I'm going to need to fuse 2 materia. I need 6 points. So 2 3s, a 3 and a 4, 2 4s, doesn't matter. I'm going to need to fuse 2 materia. 2, control 3s are easier to fuse than 4s are. So I have a better chance of fusing these. And it doesn't save me any materia trying to use 4s because I need 6. And third, when I do get my crafting up high enough to do this final tier of master crafting, one of the first things I'm going to craft is the artisan stuff, the next crafter set, the best crafter set I can get access to in ARR. And I'm going to then need to meld that to get its stats even back to where I currently am, let alone better than where I am right now. And so I'm going to go ahead and hold on to these 4s for the next set of crafter gear and just focus on melding these 3s to get me the 6 I need. So let's just see if I can get there. How many did I break? 4 were lost in the process. That's okay. That's okay. And I have 10 left, and there's a 38%. I should be able to... Instantly. I didn't even break any. That's impressive. That gets me at 407. And then if I scarf down some food... 452. Exactly where I thought I'd be. 452 and 407, which means I can now... If I close this, reopen it, 451, 407. I now have access to the highest tier of ARR crafting. So I can turn around and make myself like this artisan apron. Now I need to get all the stuff to craft it, but that's something I could do in my own time. So this next week off stream, I think I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff because I'm going to be like running content and gathering gatherable items and all of that to try and get myself all the stuff I need. I'm going to be crafting like a whole artisan, a whole crafter set. I may also craft a whole gatherer set. I may also try and get myself the 110 combat set. But we'll see how much I actually get done next week. Bare minimum, I want to get the crafting set, and then I want to start melding it up. Because the next thing I need to hit is Heavensward gear. The first set of crafting gear from Heavensward would be... I don't know, it might not be in weaving. It might actually be over in leatherworking. This is already 52. There it is. 468. Okay, 468 craftsmanship's not that bad. I'm already able to hit 452, so I really only need 16 more craftsmanship, and I have plenty of room. Well, I should have plenty of room to build up that on the next set of the final set of crafter gear, so I should be able to get there. But that's my next objective for next week, is getting the end game ARR wise crafting set and melding it up and sort of getting myself on the path for creating the first set of, like, stat-wise, to be able to create the first set of Heavensward crafting gear as soon as I have access to the items I need to gather for it. But that pretty much takes care of all the stuff I've been doing off-stream. It was all Ixal stuff, materia gathering, crafting things to meld and spirit bond my items and then extract materia from them, breaking things down for Mastercraft demi materia, so... that takes care of all that stuff. Next up is back to my scholar. And let's go ahead and get started with the story so we can actually finish ARR's MSQ today. Now, I'm not actually right at the beginning of this section. I did sort of start this last section of the MSQ before realizing just how much was left and stopping it. So I'm somewhat in the middle of it at the moment. But that's okay. I'll make sure to grab the, like, chunk from the last stream and just sort of cut it into this week's video. Also, my stream seems to be going well today. I was having a real big problem with it last time when I was playing on Minecraft. The part might partly be Minecraft itself. It may just be really aggressive on my computer, but playing on a server shouldn't be that aggressive. It offloads a lot of the problems. A lot of the processing for it gets offloaded to the server, so it shouldn't be as bad. But just to be safe today, I went ahead and did like a full computer restart. I shut down and rebooted my computer before I started my stream so that, like, everything is fresh. I don't know. Oh, great. Look, I'm already losing bitrate. What the hell is going on? Why is my bitrate fluctuating that much? I don't understand what causes it sometimes. Maybe I should do a full reboot on my internet before I start a stream too, but that sucks. I'm right back where I was like 6 months to a year ago when I was having internet problems, and I thought we sorted all of that. Hopefully that was just a little hiccup in my bitrate there, and I only dropped a few frames. Hopefully this doesn't keep going, because it's going to be real annoying. Twitch was tweaking yesterday a bit, so it might not be a you issue. Maybe not. What happened the other day when I was doing Minecraft was definitely a me issue, because my entire computer was, like, having a stroke. You know what I mean? My entire computer was going crazy. That was definitely a me thing. Maybe some of this stuff is just a Twitch thing. I always hate when my bitrate starts dropping and I lose frames. Because it's always on the tail end of, yeah, I haven't changed anything in 6 months. Why is it suddenly a problem now? Like, it's always on the tail end of that. There's never a, oh, you know what? I updated this yesterday. That's probably what the problem is. I updated this or I installed that yesterday. It's always, I haven't touched anything in my settings or installed any new programs for like 3 months. Why am I suddenly have a problem with my stream? Modded Minecraft eats computers. Modded Minecraft generally does, but whenever I'm on the VTuberverse server, I'm playing an SMP, so it should be offloading a lot of the heavy lifting that you usually get with Minecraft. Like all the server stuff should be offloaded to some other server, and I shouldn't have to deal with it. So it shouldn't be as bad as when I'm doing modded Minecraft like solo in my own local mod pack or whatever. But for some reason it still does. Although I will admit the mod pack that we use on that server is freaking huge. Yes, show me inside. Let's get this storyline going so I can spend the entire day today calling everyone morons and rubbing it in their faces how stupid they were. Our heretics have much to answer for, whatever. Postpone our appointed audience. Well, no, we need to deal with Steps of Faith today. Speaking of, if anybody would like to run Steps of Faith with me today, I have no idea how long it takes the storyline to reach the Steps of Faith, but I will be doing that at some point today. However, this meeting take place. Post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Yeah, well. Introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally. A dude that I could have totally interacted with before this if I weren't job locked. Kind of thing, right? If I weren't job locked, I would have totally interacted with this guy already. But that being the case, this is like one of the last jobs I will ever care to unlock. The look's cool, the lore is cool, but the actual gameplay, not so much. Like, this is one of the very last jobs I'm going to be unlocking in this game. Thank you very much. Precious little of the Order of Dragoons. It's a bunch of doofuses with spears and, for some reason, the ability to jump 5,000 feet in the air. I like Dragoon. I like a lot of stuff about Dragoon. I don't really love the... I kind of like the look. I love and hate the look. I always hate armor with like 1,000 spikes coming off of it. It's always one of like my pet peeves of armor design. It just looks stupid to me. But the general Dragoon look, where you got this real like dragon look and this like closed helm mask and the like scale mail and all this stuff, in general looks cool. I just don't like the 1,000 spikes all over it. But I guess if there's a chance you're going to get eaten by a dragon, being a spiny piece of shit might be for the better. Yeah, I get it. So you can't be easily swallowed. But I don't like playing Dragoon. I don't like playing Dragoon. It's not really any worse than any other job in actual gameplay itself, but I hate how Dragoon plays with my hotbar setup. I've said this multiple times before. People have probably heard it multiple times. Probably say it multiple times in the future. But like, I set up my hotbars in a very specific way so that no matter what class I am changing out to, I can instantly, within like seconds, be like, okay, if these buttons are in this place, then they do this effect, right? So, like, not all of my jobs are the same, but like all of my healers are set up almost exactly the same way so that similar functions go in similar places on my hotbar. So that I can swap to a class I haven't played in 6 months, take one look at my hotbar, and be like, okay, I know what all of these abilities do. And then just sort of get back into the swing of things because I'm probably just pressing the same like rotation that I would on almost any other class in the same role. Hey, Zai. And so I set up my hotbars in that way so that I can have a very similar rotation no matter what job I'm playing and can get really quickly back into the swing of a class I haven't played in a long time. And then there are a couple of classes that just don't play well with that because they gear so much of what they do as a job into one avenue. It's always like filling up the area I have for that type of play style, and then I have like half of my hotbar is completely untouched because they just didn't give them anything there. Dragoon is one of those. Dragoon is like Dragoon has like 500 direct press this button DLX damage to enemy type attacks, right? And so it takes up the entirety of the area I have for like normal GCD rotation attacks, and then it wants like 7 more hotbar slots. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. A lot of my stuff I can move around, like buffs go here, OGCDs go there, instant cast attacks go here, instant cast heals go there, heals with regen go here, like mitigations go there. Normal GCD rotational attacks go on these like 4 spaces in the bar, which gives me a grand total of like 12 spaces to work with because I have 3 bars. But Dragoon will take up all 12 of those spaces and then ask me to fucking feed it 10 more. And I'm just like, where the hell am I supposed to put the rest of these attacks? Like, no matter where I put the rest of these attacks, I have enough room on my hotbars, but no matter where I put the rest of these attacks, I'm going to switch back to Dragoon after not playing it for a year and have no fucking clue where any of my attacks are. I also have no idea what still has positionals. They've cut positionals down quite a bit. Pretty much every job in the game, any that have positionals, will generally only have like 1 rear and 1 flank positional. And that's about it for the most part. And I tend to put those in specific spots too. Dragoon has like 6. I don't think Dragoon has like 6. Or maybe it's because it's all finisher stuff. It might. I guess I don't pay too much attention to that. Because I put them in very specific spots, I generally will know where my positionals are. And I guess some classes can have more than just the 2. It's just that I put them in the very same spots, but on like different numbers. And so it's always just like, yep, hit this one there and that one there. Had your monk bars set up to be mnemonics, which are flank and rear. Oh boy. Blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Oh, Stydian, you're such a dork. Okay, cool. What have we learned about our design? You don't melee because positionals. I don't mind doing melee. I don't mind doing melee, but like there are only certain melee classes I really care to play. Ninja's not terrible because other than the mudras being a little weird, you can I know a place where I can cram the mudras that's like, yep, that fits. That's fine. When I change to this class, I could be like, yep, my mudras are up there. Yep, everything else functions exactly the way I expect it to. And monochrome, thank you very much. Um Monk is generally not that bad. I think Monk has gotten better. Monk uses the creepin' ants to really kind of guide you where you need to go these days pretty aggressively. So Monk is not as difficult to play these days as it used to be, because those little creepin' ants will really tell you where to go at all times on Monk for the most part. There's too much for me to already think about. I don't need to think about my optimal uptime too. Yeah, there is that. That's for sure. Monk is very much like Viper. Yeah. Yeah, they've gone like all in on like just follow the little dotted lines on those types of classes, which is helpful very much on Viper because Viper has so many things going on that if you wanted me to manually remember exactly what button order I need to press at any given time, I would never play Viper. But the fact that the little flashing lights will show me where to go at all times, I can play Viper. Um, but my options here are Dragoon, Monk, Ninja. So not Dragoon, maybe Monk, almost certainly Ninja. I'm really hesitant about what I'll take for my first melee class. Because if I wanted to be safe, like, okay, I can definitely play this at any given time, I would take Ninja. But part of me really wants to take Monk as my first melee class because I've just always liked Monk. You know what I mean? Not the playstyle of Monk. I've always fought with the playstyle of Monk and not knowing what to do at any given time. But it's better nowadays that you can follow the blinking lights. And I've always liked the style of Monk. I always like the Monk look, right? The light clothes, like no armor, bare-fisted, just freaking martial artist look. I've always liked. Summoners aggressively strong up to 70, which is the end of free trial. That I will take Summoner eventually, but I'm not in a big rush to take Summoner. And mostly that's because I've played so much Summoner. I played so much Summoner. On the original free trial, when I first made a free trial character, I played Summoner main. On my main, I've played so much Summoner over the years. I will take Summoner. Eventually, I am going to unlock every single job that's available to me. That is possible. I'm not my job lock challenge is not such a thing that's like at the end of the game I'm just not going to have certain jobs. This is also a completionist playthrough, so I do have challenges in place that will let me eventually unlock every single job available to me in the game. And for completionist's sake, I'll have to unlock them, run through the storylines of them and stuff like that too. Hold my job unlock for Heaven's Word and take machinist. I'll be getting machines pretty soon, but I am going to unlock something. At the end of 2.55, when I finish today, I am unlocking something. I'm not mentioning what it is just yet, because that'll be a little bit of a surprise, but I am unlocking something today. Come on, go Reclamation of Nidhogg's Stolen Eye. My issue with Bard and lesser degree Black Mage is this juggling a bunch of timers. Yes, that's mine as well. That's one of the reasons why I don't like to play Bard that much. Is because I don't like juggling all the dots and the songs. And like, Bard has 8 things you have to keep track of at every second, basically. Once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus. Yeah. There's our walls bare from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. Just go ahead and snooze these ads real quick so I can get through this storyline. He's still jumping into coils, or is the crafter grind kill? The crafter grind is done. There's still some things I need to make, but the stat grind is done. I'll show you after this. The worm's skull, known simply as the eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard. So we will be getting into coils eventually. I don't know when exactly, though. The dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength if he gets his eye back. Yeah. Vengeful Sun hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Secreted deep within the vault, kept under heavy guard. Surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. Those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. Yeah, if they get in, they'll go straight for it, but luckily they haven't been able to get in yet. Yep, they're immortal. They don't care about any of that. Songs are so second nature to my wife that I swear she has a preternatural ability to track 45-second increments. Oh boy. There's also a whole aspect of just a sec. Women spend centuries slumbering only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. Yeah. 20 years since he last showed up, so he's just been like asleep and having nightmares for 20 years or something. Just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. Well, in League is a bit of a stretch. She's trying to help their war, yes, but like they don't care about her at all. Dress the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. Where she ripped one of their barriers apart, basically. Why share such sensitive information with us? Ishgard has need of allies. Yeah. As we've shunned all of you for years and years. Now come rescue us, please. Only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. Shut up, Alf. Gratian Archon, you refused us. So now seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war. Consider what we're follow or Ishgard to fall, yeah. Caused a linger, and most would return to their lairs. After the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Till the Garleans' arrival. Yeah, well, the Garleans would just take the place, pretty much. Imperial province sharing a border with Mordota. Yes, that would be very, very bad, honestly. I mean, we already know about the roar. I've become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. Great, that's not going to cause any problems whatsoever. Full control of my faculties for now. No relevance to this tale. Not essential that I bear it with me. It's not essential that I carry it with me wherever I go, but I am doing that. This is fine. Yep. The worm who roared. Of course it was Nidhogg, idiots. Shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. The worm has summoned his minions to war. Great. Can we get on with this? I already know what's happening. And I already know what I have to do with it. Alright. Good enough. Anyway, what I was trying to say, that guy is, not only do I dislike the 2 dots and the songs and all of that stuff that you have to carry on Bard. Solve a 1,000-year war, be back in time for dinner. Easy peasy, pretty much. Not only do I dislike that on the playstyle, 2 dots, 3, 4 later, I think, songs, and you have to juggle all of this and timing and all that stuff, and it's too much for my taste. But I also have a problem with, like, the artistic design behind Bard. I feel like the idea of combining it's an archer, oh, and it's also a musician into a single class didn't really work right. Functionally, it should. The idea of bards being like, yeah, they can use ranged weapons and they play lyres and lutes and stuff like that too. Yeah, cool, sure, that's what a bard is. But I hate the look of every single weapon the bard has. The idea of literally bolting guitars onto bows looks disgusting to me. Like, that's what I hate about the aesthetics. You know what I mean? Like, functionally, yeah, that makes sense for a bard, a ranged fighter who also plays instruments. Yeah, but every single instrument, every single weapon the bard gets looks disgusting to me because it looks like they bolted a musical instrument onto a bow and neither one could possibly function in any good way whatsoever after that. They all look terrible. And so I hate that part of it as well. And then monochrome, what I was talking about earlier is where's my weaver? There's my weaver. In order to craft the end game ARR stuff, but consider the Ironworks Magitech bow. I don't really care for the Ironworks weapons at all. I don't care for the look of them for the most part. The end game ARR crafting was 451 craftsmanship, 407 control. I managed to get the control done today. Just earlier this stream, I managed to get those last 6 points I needed in control. And with food, which is about to run out, but with food, I can get over 451. So I have the stats. I have the stats now. I can craft the end game ARR stuff now. There's nothing standing in my way there, except I need to go gather the materials, which, you know, might be a bitch and a half, or I might get it done in 10 minutes. I don't know exactly where all the materials I need are, but, you know. I can do the crafts now, so I'll probably be doing that this next week, getting some of that stuff done. And then, not sure what exactly I'm going to do next week for stream. And then maybe, probably not this week.
Nice cock.
Thanks, Barrett. Probably not this weekend. But one of these weekends, I'd like to set a time that, like, for me and my friends to come and play the game together and maybe go back into the coils of Bahamut and all of that. But I need to make sure I can craft the 110 stuff before that, and I don't know if I'm going to get there. I want to do the crafting set first. Guaranteed I want to do the crafting gear first. Like this artisan stuff I want to do first. Because I want to have the best crafting stats possible. I'd like to do the gathering set as well, if it's easy enough to craft. Got to Shadowbringers on the weekend. Not bad. I'd like to do the gathering stuff as well because I think that will give me the ability to push further into my relic if I get the crafting stats. So that might actually be what I'll do. Yeah, that might actually be what I will do. Hey, Lamp. I will most likely this upcoming week be working on making the crafting and the gathering stuff sets off stream. And if I can get that done, if I'm able to, then I will probably make an episode next week on Wednesday that'll be about pushing through my relic, hopefully to the very end of the relic, because that'd be cool if I can do that. Get all the way through to the end of the relic. And then maybe after that, I'll worry about can I get the 110 set for combat and then move back into Bahamut raids. So, provided nothing gets in the way, I will probably be doing that. Like, this is silk, I think, is easy enough. Platinum, I think, is easy enough. Vanya's silk is silk and potash. Okay, so I'm gonna need a crap ton of Grand Company items. That's not great, but I can do it. I can do that. Grand Company items aren't too bad. I can literally run dungeons over and over and over again off stream using duty support and just gathering the items from the dungeons and hawking them for Grand Company seals. It's boring. It's 1000% the kind of thing that I just put a video on my other monitor and like zone out while I'm doing, but it's doable. Platinum ore, that's easy enough. I've already got plenty of that because it's a time node thing, and I've been gathering a bunch of time nodes. Silk thread is just silkworm cocoons, effervescent. That's easy enough to craft. So you watch 1,000 episodes of One Piece. Exactly. And then quick hardening sealant is also Grand Company, I believe. Yeah, that's also Grand Company. So this is mostly Grand Company materials. The Forager is the Gatherer set. The final Gatherer set from ARR. That's also just Grand Company stuff. So I'm going to need a lot of Grand Company seals, but I should be able to get these done this week. Hippogriff leather, that's easy enough. Hippogriff leather, that's easy enough. Okay. Yeah, I should be able to get the gathering and the crafting sets done this week, and then I can work on my relic. Provided the gathering stuff really does get me the stats I need to catch that big fish, I should be able to get back into my relic grind and possibly even finish it. This is the 110 stuff for combat, and that is platinum's easy, iolite is easy, but it requires Grand Company materials, but not a lot. Although I do believe this costs a lot. I think this is like 1,500 or like 2,000 or something like that seals for one. So that's not great, but doable. Rose gold's easy. Silk thread is easy. Arachne velveteen, though, I think I need Allegan silk and arachne web. Oh, God. I think I looked at these recently and like I need to go into the coils of Bahamut to get these materials. Arachne web is Grand Company seals, so that's easy enough. But Allegan silk is binding coil turn 1. Okay. I might want to try and grab some over-leveled friends and unsync off stream some binding coils turn 1 stuff this week at some point. Maybe during this weekend or something, if whenever you guys are available or something like that. Because I need Allegan silk. I'm probably going to need at least 5 pieces, but I'll figure out what I need for the 110 set and then figure out exactly how many I need and then let you guys know. But I think that's the only thing. I think that may be the only thing. Oh God, I need 5 for this one piece of armor. Jesus. That's 1 for 1. That's 5 right there. Later tonight and tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it. Actually, I guess we could. I could possibly just do it later tonight after stream. It's not the sort of thing I give a crap about putting in the video anyway, really. Although I might put some of it in. Striking, scouting, striking, scouting, striking, scouting, healing. Saurian was the other one. There's another 5 Arachne Velveteen. Oh God, why do I get the feeling I'm gonna need like 25 Allegan Silk to do this? Oh God, that's gonna suck. Saurian Skin and Shroud Tea. Shroud Tea leaves as a timed node. Saurian Skin, I don't think you just fight an enemy for. Okay, Saurian Skin is Grand Company seals. Although all of these Grand Company seal things together is going to cost me like 50, 60, 70,000 Grand Company seals to get all of it, I think. That's not going to be great. I only need 1 Saurian leather, but it's the Arachne Velveteen. Arachne Velveteen is going to be the killer. I'm going to end up needing to unsync coils of Bahamut probably like 20 times to get the silk that I need for that. It's interesting. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm definitely going to need to unsync, jump back into Coils of Bahamut to get some stuff. Poetics on armor and trade to Grand Company. No, I can do that. I've done that already. I spend my my poetics on the gear I don't wear it. I spend my poetics on the gear, and then I turn around and I either desynth it for materials or I hawk it to the Grand Company for seals. And I can totally do that. But it's not going to be anywhere near enough. I only have about 1,000 poetics because I do it consistently. I do that, right? So at any given time, I only have about 1,000 poetics. And I could go ahead and spend all of that and hawk it. But like I said, I'm probably going to need 50 to like 75,000 Grand Company seals to get all the stuff I need for all 3 sets that I need to make. Get gear drops from binding coils. That's great for you guys, but I can't use them. That's wonderful for you guys, and you guys are welcome to them, but I can't use it. Alright, let's continue on. But yeah, it's a lot of crafting to do this next episode, basically. Oh, to hawk to Grand Company. Oh, yeah. Good point. I can hawk a lot of that to the Grand Company. I did not think about that. Thank you very much. Yes, that is right. Sorry, I missed that. But yes, I can totally hawk that to the Grand Company. From my deal is desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Aorcia together in common cause. Yeah, sure. Grinding for silk and Grand Company seals at the same time, which would be very nice, actually. So yeah, I probably should do that earlier rather than later. Oh god, did my bitrate just had another hiccup. And so I'm dropping frames again. It's weird because I'm getting the tiniest little hiccups. I'm dropping a couple of 100 frames at a time, and then my bitrate, like, fixes itself. Right? It's not like my bitrate's bouncing all over the place and I'm dropping half of my frames. It's like my bitrate tanks, I drop a couple 100 frames, and then my bitrate comes back almost instantly. Although it is bouncing a lot right now for some reason. Why are you still down there, bitrate? Get back up. Stop being in the red. Come on, get your ass back up there. Come on. Not noticing anything on this end. Yeah. Yeah, it's not happening in such a way that you guys would probably notice anything. I think the I-30 from Final Coils is worth about 1,000 seals each, 800-ish. Unfortunately, I won't be able to hawk any of that. I won't be able to hawk any of that. I only have access to the first coils, and that's where the elegant silk that I need is anyway. So we're gonna be pulling gear out of like turn 1. It seems like I may just need to run turn 1 over and over and over again to get the elegant silk I need. So we're gonna be pulling that kind of gear out mostly, I think. OBS, Twitch is overly sensitive, running at 1080 60. Yes, I am currently running at 1080 60. And yes, that is part of the problem. The fact that I cranked my... The fact that I tuned my source, my output, up to 1080 60, and I'm streaming to 2 sources, which means I'm having to encode twice. I think I'm encoding twice. It might actually be copying the encode because the settings are exactly the same on both. Or are they? That might be part of the problem. Where's my main canvas? Main encoder, AAC, audio track 1. Yes, that's all the same. Manage your main canvas. Output settings. No, that's the YouTube. That's not my main canvas. YouTube isn't my main canvas. Oh no, that's just the canvas itself. Okay, never mind. Advanced settings, output settings. So my main, about 2.5 minutes per run. Yeah, it'll be quick. But I think I'm going to need something like... I only looked at 2 pieces. I need to look at every piece involved in the 110 combat set. But if it's consistent across the board, I think I'm going to need like 25 Allegan Silk. Okay, so my main canvas is in the settings in the actual system. This is only like the stream key, the ingest servers. That's all pretty much the same. Advanced settings, video encoder, main encoder. So it shouldn't need to be double encoding. It should just be taking what my main encoder is creating and then feeding that out a second time, pretty much. Doesn't the stuff coils drops on clear only drop on a synced clear? I have no idea. I don't think so, though. I believe yeah, actually, I know for sure. I run through coils occasionally because of Wondrous Tales, unsynced, and just blow it up, and I still get the treasure chests at the end. Okay, so I have my YouTube output set to be using my main encoder as my video encoder, which means I don't think I have to encode my video twice. I think I'm encoding the video once for my mainstream, and then it's like doubling that and sending it out. So I'm still using more processing power because I have to send to two separate locations, but it is using the same encode for both locations. So it's not nearly as bad as it could be if you were trying to send stream to two separate places, but it's certainly more. And I did crank it up to 1080p 60 FPS. But I did that a while ago. I've actually been running 1080 60 for probably almost a month now, and I'm only really having these bitrate problems like the last week or two. I don't know. Mainly the one used for the chandeliers that cost 10 million. Or Jesus, it's probably direct drops. Woof. Oh my God, freaking chandeliers that cost 10 million. Oh, Christ. I will say it's a little annoying that I can't get money from the market, but given how little money I can hold and the fact that I don't have to deal with any market board crap like markups, markdowns, undercuts, or any of that stuff is actually kind of freeing in a way playing on the free trial. Like, I know I can never use retainers or market boards, so I can just sort of put all of that out of my mind and never once have to think about it at any point. Like, yes, it limits stuff or makes certain things harder to get, but it also is kind of just like freeing not to ever have to think about the market. Just be like, oh, I don't need these 50 materials. Let me just hawk them to a merchant for 1 gil. It's a terrible price, but I can't use the market board anyway, so I don't have to check what the market price on them is. Just hawk them. There's a softening of the Holy See's attitude towards cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. Ugh. Days ahead promise to be interesting. Yes, they do. They promise to be very interesting. I have to do big fishing, relic grinding, coil running, end game ARR crafting, and then eventually I get to start Heavensward story, so. What are you buying, anyone? Committed to the cause. So more of those preparations will have to be made, and soon. Need return to the Rising Stones. Pray return to the Rising Stones yet again. There's a lot more Pray return to the Rising Stones than there is Pray return to the Waking Sands in this game these days. Just like I noticed, well, they don't do Pray return to the Waking Sands nearly as much as they used to. I've also noticed in this playthrough, it's like they're constantly telling you Pray return to the Rising Stones. Like, I think they just didn't cut most of that out, and they cut most of it out from the Waking Sands bit of the story. So they probably just haven't changed the post ARR storyline too much. One thing also that's going to be going away after this week is this. Just not talk about that like at all, but we'll just show a little bit of you know, that. I'm just gonna go with the vanilla look of the game after this week. The things, the things, quote unquote, are honestly just cranking up my processing so much that it's just annoying. It's just annoying. I don't love the vanilla look of the game, but I'm just gonna go with the vanilla look of the game for the completionist playthrough from this point on at this in the game. It's just too much hassle trying to get this sort of stuff to work on my computer. Either I have to use the ones that are built into my NVIDIA graphics card, which constantly resets every time I update it, every time I shut my computer down, it's constantly resetting, and I'm having to try and remember if I have it turned on or off when I start the game up. So I don't want to fight that anymore. Or I do it the way I'm currently doing it, in which case it just tanks my frickin' CPU because it just doesn't like doing that. And so I'm not going to bother with any of them anymore. I'm just going to cut it all out, all of it, the NVIDIA card and this, you know, other way. And I'm just going to delete it all, and I'm just going to use the vanilla look of the game from this point forward. So this will all be going away after this week. Because this is kind of like the final story bit of ARR, I just wanted to keep it consistent for the last couple of weeks until I got to the end there, and I can like put a video compilation together for this chapter, and then for the next chapter it'll just be normal. 9% of your expenses were teleports to the Inform 1K ETH. Alright, tickets before. Yeah. Back in the day when I did have access to the board on my main, I would often just buy like gather materials. Occasionally I would buy a piece of armor when I'd like hop into a stream and go like, okay, let's do such and such. And then eye level smacks me in the face and goes, no, you're not doing that. And I'm like, well, I could easily craft that myself if I were off stream. But since I'm on stream, fuck it. Let's spend 1,000,000 gil and go buy a set of gear so I can just beat this eye level. That sort of stuff, honestly. I really don't tend to spend much money. Even when I do have access to the market board, I don't go and blow like 5 million gil on a mount ever. I just don't care about stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't tend to spend a ton of money on the market board.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
The Holy See is still terrible.
Everyone must hear my report.
The Holy See is a terrible place, and it always will be. I mean, it won't always be, but it's still pretty bad. Oh, Real is still here. I'm kind of surprised he didn't vanish already.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Yep.
Indeed.
The dragons are not giving up.
Host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
The dragons are never just gonna give up. We're gonna have to fight a war.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Oh no, not the consequences. The one thing none of us can ever handle, the consequences of our own actions.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Yeah, sure, why not? Everything else is going swimmingly right now.
Let
There's
there
totally
be no
no other
ambiguity
problems
about
at
what
all.
has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war.
Oh, so what? The dragons do not care.
But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Sure, why not?
For those we have lost. For those we can yet save.
Although honestly, maybe I should keep the shaders going until I finish all of the post-ARR stuff and I'm like ready to move on to Heaven's Word. Yeah, probably, because I will probably keep bits and pieces of the next few episodes, like Relic Grind, Coils Grind, that sort of stuff, in the final compilation. So I'll probably hold on to them for a couple more weeks, actually. But when I move on to Heaven's Word, they're going bye-bye.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Huzzah! Yeah, because I don't want to be fighting with shaders anymore. I'm tired of the processing power, and I'm tired of them constantly deleting themselves. I'm just going to get rid of them for good. So weird listening to this voice cast. Yep. Having to listen to Sam Riegel spout nonsense in my ear every 5 seconds. Like, shut up already, Alf. Uh-huh. Real is having none of this. I like Real. The fact that he's a pirate, so like all of this like weird stuff going on, and he's just like, yeah, no, it's bullshit. I see through that. I know what's happening. Luckily, I now have great access to crafting materia. Great access to crafting materia now that I ranked the Ixal up. So when I do finally craft the set, the crafting set, I'll have lots of materia to put in it. So I should be able to get its stats up real quick. And I also have tons and tons of gathering materia. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you spend your downtime that you're not really doing anything else or playing any other games, just watching freaking television series on one monitor and running time nodes in game. This is what happens when you just run billions of time nodes. You end up with tons and tons of gathering gear that you're not using anywhere. I was mostly doing the time nodes originally to get myself combat gear, low-level combat gear for the Relic. I mean, that ship has already kind of sailed. I'll need to do other relics eventually, but not anytime soon, that's for damn sure. But then I stopped bothering with the low-level gear that I was bonding, and just went back to using my normal classes that use my normal gathering gear and just started getting hundreds of these. Archons travel to their assigned nations. Yeah, okay. Act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. Persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphato. Good! Reach out to your fellow adventurers. What? You mean we're actually going to acknowledge that a bunch of adventurers admire me? Oh my god. It's almost like we should have done this friggin' whole chapters ago before we created the Crystal Braves as they are now. It's almost like you should have acknowledged that hundreds of adventurers want to be just like me at any point before this. It's told us a short flight from the snowfields. The dragons don't really care. The dragons don't really care. They might be pissed once we start getting involved in the war, but they're so focused on Ishgard right now, they're not really caring about coming after us. Go talk to Slavborn. Bring Taru with me. Whatever. Why'd you want me to bring Taru with me? I missed that. I guess just to talk to Slavborn. Taru. They're sending the potatoes out to do all of the work again. I'm rather close to Kurthis. Let's see our town defenses and take stock of our supplies. Beds and bandages laid out. Let's go! 101 things to discuss with Slapford. Is Real in here? No. I think Real is stalking Ilbert and Yu Yu Hase right now, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I think Real is actually, like, watching Ilbert and Yu Yu Hase right now. It's a bit unfortunate just how blindsided Aliana and Wilrid get by all of this, but, like, Real is having none of that. Real has spent his life being a pirate in a company of heroes, man. He's having none of this bullshit. Orders coming to Kurthis. The toll must be made ready. Increase patrols and lookout. Room in the infirmary. Housing for victims of the conflict. Yeah. Already got volunteers for the fight itself, yep. I'll not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil. Yeah, pretty much. No official Adventurers Guild presence. That makes sense. Each adventurer is free to do as he or she will. Yep, that's how it goes. That's why I like and respect the adventurers so much more than I do the Grand Companies. Where it's like, we'll maybe not be sending any official support, but we're adventurers. Every adventurer is free to do whatever the fuck they please. Every adventurer can do whatever they please. We're not going to stop them. Have a town to rouse. Do we really get much support? I'm more used to, like, the steps of faith being me and 7 idiots. I guess there are some other soldiers there, but I always figured they were Ishgard soldiers, not adventurers. But I think there might actually be some adventurers there. Talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. This long by trusting my instincts. They tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Yeah, mine too, honestly. Mine are screaming at me not to bother with Ishgard. It's full of idiots and corrupt politicians. Hey, buddy. How's the snooping going? Real? How's the peeping going? How's the peeping? Real? How's the peeping? What I want to talk to you about. Cast your mind back to the scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. Lad from Little Alamigo, the name of Wilrid, was there with the fourth dead. Okay, so Wilrid did disappear during that point. We just haven't acknowledged it yet. I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? No. Yeah, so Wilrid did totally disappear at the point in the story when I thought he disappeared. It's just no one acknowledged that fact until now. Ground opened up and swallowed him whole. Oh my god, it's almost like he was trying to blow a whistle and someone... I mean, it's almost like he just vanished out of nowhere. We stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. Half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley crew of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. Exactly. It's a bunch of morons that we just slap together. Literally no loyalty whatsoever. Just a bunch of idiots slapped together to try and make money. And, you know, for the good of all, the freedom of all, or whatever. Yep, totally. Yeah, that too. Definitely believe in that oath. Runs a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. Yeah, he was. Is. Yeah, he totally is. Is. Yeah, that's the right term. Totally is. He's got passion. Talk about being a guard of Eorzi. Bloody well meant it. He wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. There's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Almost like someone's taken a bunch of money off the top. There's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet my good eye it ain't young Wilred. You've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. Alright, let's see. So I mostly still need to do all of these quests. Brangwine, Guiding Star, and Papana over there have the other quests I need for my relic. But since my gathering gear was literally not good enough to catch the big fish I needed to catch, I didn't bother to start any of these other relic bits, because I figured there's probably something that'll lock me out there that I need to get my stats up anyway. So yeah, once I get the crafting and gathering sets together and meld them up a bit, I'll probably make sure I can catch that big fish, and then if so, I'll probably do most of this off stream, honestly. Just so I can like get most of the relic done and ready for maybe like the last stage of the relic on stream at some point. Which the last stage of the relic is just another light grind. So I'll probably try and find someone to just unsync me and blow through the content. I think it's like hard trials maybe, I think is what it is. I don't remember. Seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Not sure I like the sound of this siege. These nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Pledge myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work, though it is. Loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? He's like, ooh, those nobles will be very generous. It's like, nah, they really won't. The nobles of Ishgard kind of suck, dude. The nobles of Ishgard are so freaking privileged that they're just gonna act like you owed them anyway. Of course you're gonna die for them in the siege. Why wouldn't you? They're nobles. So my blade to the Ishgardians. Gem dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay my fair share if the coin was good. Worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hockey did. So I put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Good old-fashioned jerk with an axe, just being like, eh, they're gonna pay, sure, why not? Pay me good and I'll kill whatever you need. Oh, it is downstairs. Where the hell is it? Oh, is it in here? Oh, there it is. To my services in defense of Ishgard, I think not. Seeing an elf dude wearing scale armor with a spear, and he's like, I will not help Ishgard. It's like, this guy's probably Ishgard born. This guy's probably Ishgard peasant born, more specifically. So he knows just how shitty they all are. Yeah. I do not mean to offer them mine. The dragons claim the lives of, yeah. To escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. Alright. Rather die trying to make his place in the world than just huddle up behind the walls like a scared little piece of shit. It's like, the dragons. It's like, fuck that. How'd you do, Mrs. Potato Head? Just weigh any hearts. Added to mine, that makes 3 or 4. We're the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Honestly, yeah. Cup of recruiting, I almost forgot. Word from Alphino. The Alliance leaders are convening in Old Daw to discuss Ishgar's plight. Oh, come on. Can't they meet for one time in the universe without dragging me into it? Oh, worthless idiots. You could have just sent yes or no to me. Instead, you have to drag the Warrior of Light around so that you can make a big, stupid fucking show for him. Just say, yes, we're sending reinforcements, or no, we're not. Let's be about it. What is that? That's Chrono Cross. That's what that is. That's Chrono Cross. The other world over theme. Or other world over world theme. Ugh. Freaking love that song, man. It's a little weird like this. I kind of like the original better, but whatever. Another great thing about having our base out in Revenant's Toll is it's an open world area. So I just hop on my mount and fly around the city to get places faster. These stupid towns where I have to run around on foot. It's like, just annoying. Proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time. It seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering. Already seated with them, let's join them so they can blather on and on and on about their own stupid things that we don't care about.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
They
Then
suck,
I trust there are no
but it's
objections
not
to the Crystal Brave's
great
intervention.
if we let them get taken down, because it just opens that way up for the Garleans.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
But they're not sending soldiers.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Yeah, but not their desires. Fuck
Do not
Ishgard.
presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
Why would they offer up their soldiers' lives for Ishgard?
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
Like, realistically, what has Ishgard ever done for any of these people?
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Oh yeah, big man talking. Maybe you should get some bigger lifts in those shoes, big man. So you could actually seem like a serious part of this conversation.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could
Honestly,
commit
it's more than
a
Ishgard
token force to
deserves.
this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Unfortunately, I can't do free company stuff on a free trial.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
I mean, better than the Grand Companies in most regards.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people.
Don't get me wrong, they're all a bunch of jackasses this early on. Totally not worth the fucking... Not worth the hassle at all. The lot of them this early on. But that being said, also Alphino is an uppity little bitch who needs to shut up, and Ishgard doesn't deserve their help. Like, don't get me wrong, they should rise to the occasion more often and not be such petty little whiny bastards, but also who cares? Like, Ishgard doesn't deserve it, and Alphino throwing a tantrum surely doesn't deserve it.
If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Yup.
Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I was a petty baby wearing diapers and trying to live up to my grandpa's shoes. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that sentence for you a little bit, Alphino.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
You mean 7 dweebs? Yeah, sure. I can call 7 dweebs at pretty much a moment's notice. It's always easy to do.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Yep. Everything's spiraling the drain. It's all going great, I'm sure. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Man, poor Robwad. He is like so much more blindsided by all of this than like any of the rest of us do. Which is to say we don't, because our characters are stupid and walk right into this. But like Robwad gets it bad, man. Scripted deleting a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of... Dude, this happens all the time. Don't go apologizing to me now. Within an expansion or two, you guys aren't even going to bother feigning an apology to me anymore. You're just going to expect me to do this at the drop of a hat. It's just how it goes. Short-sighted as it is, strive to fulfill our roles. And you got, the assault has begun. Oh no. Position, your unit will join House Durin there at the Steel Vigil. Alright. Man the cannons alongside the knights that did the Dravanian order that descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Okie doke. And your allies bolster the defenses at the steps of faith. So mercilessly at the Jade's judgment, he will redirect you to wherever you need most. When God grants victory, blah, 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 blah. Perfect timing for us to be getting back from our ad break right about now, because the steps of faith are right around the corner. So 7 doofuses, assemble! Whoever wants to come with me, if anyone. Doofuses, assemble! I have to call you in from the void. I do love the idea that it's like, well, you can't rely on any of the named characters to actually be there for you ever, but 7 dweebs that you pull from the void will be there whenever you need them. Alright, let's see if anyone's even on today. No. Logan. Who was Logan again? Oh god, I can't even remember. Okay. Oh well, maybe I'll go with generic 7 dweebs from the void. Steps of Faith as a healer, probably not going to be that difficult to gather. Hey, newbie, welcome in. I mean, who are you? I've never seen you before. What are you doing here? Putting captain cells are contingent. Welcome. There's a blade work to be done. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to try the Adventurers, today these scattered attacks for the president. I would have you join them. Mainly a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. Yeah, well, you'll have to deal with that on your own time. Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. Is Logan Tobias? Oh! Did not know that was you, newbie. I always end up like that, having... Oh, look, this dude actually did show up. Having people who have different names on the... Didn't recruit that person or that person or that person or that person, so they must be Tataru's people. Log didn't help you with anything. Okay. I always end up with lists of like people on like friends lists or player search or stuff like that like I've played with once 5 years ago and is like not the same name they use on Twitch or Twitter or Discord or any of that stuff, and it's like, who the hell is that person again? Unfortunately, I also don't have a huge friends list here because I can't invite people to anything ever. Forget FC. I mean, like, I can't even send out friend requests or party invites to people, which is always a pain in the butt. Because, like, I play with people, and maybe I want to put friends on my friends list, or I'd like to send out friend requests to people that are friends of my main, so maybe I could do stuff with them, but no. No, no, no. Don't like me no more. Wait, you said you were new here. Who are you? I don't even know you. I can't not like you. I don't even know you. That's what you get when you're brand new here and have never been here before every single day. Alright. Most people aren't even online, so I'm gonna go with 7 random doofuses, I suppose. This isn't a dungeon. It's a trial, right? Or does it even matter? Oh, Dravanian forces at Whitebrim. No, I have to do some random garbage first before I can get to the Steps of Faith. Oh, wow, they're way over here? Well, on the opposite end of the city. Okay. Oh man, I destroyed that assault wyvern. I thought I would need to put most of my damage into it, because I just assumed it'd have a better health pool than these little horde runners did, but that thing got obliterated. Oh no, they're dead Crystal Braves here too. I wonder if they're decent Crystal Braves or not. I wonder which squadron this was. Anyone else? Cool. This face down dead Crystal Brave. Yep. They're all face down because they don't want to actually acknowledge that. No, they're face up. Huh. But it's also a generic one with no name, no nothing. So who cares? Province Point, huh? Or Providence Point. Wait, this is back and forth and all around, isn't it? I don't know if they're going to keep me out here. Because... Oh, wow, you can actually fly across this section? That's surprising. I would have thought there'd have been an invisible wall there. Because I'm actually past the point that they let you go for, like, ARR. So I would have thought they'd just stick an invisible wall over the bridge so you couldn't fly in that area. They really have you just flying all around the place, though. Lots of dead people. Electric velitation or whatever. They could just randomly throw an AoE down over you like that. It's annoying. Is that a ninja? Yeah, there's a little Doman Shinobi dude. I didn't think there'd be any frickin' Lalafell among them. I mean, I assume he's a Doman Shinobi because he's not dressed like a rogue, he's dressed like a ninja. Okay, back to my slaying. Good luck, idiots! Dragging your friggin' bodies back to the base. Yeah, just go with randos. Reinforcements decimated, you say? Arr, damn them Dravanians. Grief and fury, we will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. The steps of faith. Yeah, we're up to the point where the game's just giving me materia now instead of gear. It expects you to have, like, the best gear available now. Because it was already giving me, I think, 110 gear as rewards for quests earlier. Is your task with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone. Yeah, it fixed the bridge, whatever. Across the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation of the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Spelling the barrier's outermost layer, thrice damn Witch Ice Heart has stripped the bridge of its protection. The dragons are now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith, so they can just walk across it and just start destroying the other barriers. Many of the wards will be free to swarm within the city itself. Can't suffer that to happen. Yep. 3 remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. Ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders to the outermost ward. Easy enough. Hello there, random scions, who are not going to really help at all. I think they might be like generic NPCs that are in here during the Steps of Faith doing errands or something. I don't even remember the scions being in the Steps of Faith. Go against all the messages Status. It'd be of most assistance. I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. I'll join the rear guard. Dragon should reach us. We'll be sure to give them 1-4. Great. Well, your preparations are complete. Let's go to the Steps of Faith. Just just dropping a reminder in here for myself real quick. There's some just random people hanging out. Huh. Oh, that person is using their freaking chocobo. And that person is definitely not. So my guess is maybe that's a main player, like, guiding some newbie player around through the MSQ, a friend of theirs or something, maybe. Alright. Steps of Faith time. Where even is the Steps of Faith? I would have expected it to be here. But it's not. So, speak with Marceline? I thought Steps of Faith was an actual thing. I thought you could get it in, like, mentor roulettes and stuff. I don't think the Steps of Faith is just a synced duty? Huh. I thought you could get it as part of, like, a roulette or something like that, too. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Or maybe they've changed this a lot. Did they remove Steps of Faith from, like, being its own trial with 7 other players? And now it's only a story duty? Because I swear it used to be a trial with 7 other players. Holy shit. They turned the Steps of Faith from an 8-man into a story duty. I did not know that. That's definitely something new. Couple of adventurers, cool. Protect the Holy See.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
Leave this guys to us. Dragoons are jumping around. I mean, it actually kind of works better as a solo duty, too. You get more cinematic stuff going on, which, granted, you wouldn't have had any of this back in the day. If they had tried to make this solo duty back in the day, it would have just been boring and you'd have almost none of this. They're definitely using the much newer, like, 7.0 mechanics for, like, look at this cool solo duty type of events. You know what I mean? That you would not have had before. Unfortunately, I can't use my chain strat because I just don't have it at this level. They updated this back in 6.x. Okay, then. I guess that makes sense. Actually, now that I think about it, it was more like Endwalker where they started doing these really cinematic solo duties. It wasn't Dawn Trail, it was Endwalker where they started doing the cinematic solo duties. Yeah. It's probably a better use of Steps of Faith anyway. People had gotten so used to just ignoring the mechanics in Steps of Faith and just getting through it super fast and all that anyway, that, like, they probably just figured, yeah, having it as a trial is pointless at this point, so let's just get rid of it.
Ether, to me!
Bishop. Time to go. Time to die, dragon. Oh, that adventurer seems strangely. What the hell are you doing? Stupid earnest adventurer, don't just walk on top of me. Yeah, having generic dragoons jumping around too is pretty interesting. A couple of normal adventurers, then some generic dragoons jumping around. Can I sure cast this one? Yes, I can. Did she just pop a potion? Sentinel, Iron Will. I don't know. I thought I saw her pop a potion there. This is definitely much better as a solo duty than it was before. Oh, time to go. Of course, I'm falling behind everyone because I can't sprint. Can I even fight these guys? Nope, can't do anything. Okay, just keep running then. Abandon the Scions. Oh, okay.
No holding back!
Come on, everybody into the center. Let me beat you all to death.
This one'll sting.
I do like the random dragoon that just drops down every so often. Man, this fight takes a long time now that it's a solo duty. It takes like forever to fight Bishop. Just tearing those barriers apart. Of course, it's all cinematic, so it's like, who cares? I'm guessing you have to screw this up pretty badly for him to actually destroy the barriers. I don't even know if that's possible or if it just sort of sits and waits at the last barrier until you finish the fight. Let's go ahead and sprint through this, because it might actually be faster if I can just get there right away and immediately start the fight for the barrier. Hello, everyone! Now we're doing a bunch of, like, temple knights and dragoons and stuff.
Know your folly.
Hi, Estinian. Recognize that voice. Yeah, this is much better as this sort of a fight than it was back then. Much better as a solo duty than it was as like an 8-man. That you just burn him down health-wise and ignore the mechanics. Oh, that Temple Knight got roasted. Nice that they have some random mook just stand in the way of it so you can see what happens to him when he gets hit by it. I'm supposed to be using a normal potion or something. Wow, there's a whole lot of nobody here. Like, Estinian's here, and... Am I on the wrong side here? Oh. Interesting. Oh, she's shielding the barrier. That's what she's doing. I'm like, why is she creating a shield like that for no one? And it's like, oh no, she's shielding the actual barrier itself. And then a bunch of the Temple Knights joined her, too. It's very cinematic and cool. Knight's Resolve. Okay, so this is where you have to burn him down before he sort of enrages and destroys the knights. So I guess there is actually a fail condition here. Bye-bye, Bishop. Adios. Oof. Huzzah. Hooray! Victory! Victory! I really gotta get rid of that. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. Yeah, Nidhogg's not gonna be happy. But we don't have to deal with that for a little while yet. Girl to do your bidding now, do you not? Slay Iceheart and all the rest. Blood of a great worm. Oh man, Estinian. Fight of the Steel Vigil was also fierce, my Crystal Braves would not foul law too. Eh. They're plenty capable. Estinian, you've come such a long way. Yep. Blood crazed monster to just grumpy old uncle. Humble thanks. Sure, whatever. A way to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Yet wounded to be carried from the field, let us meet anon that I might express my thanks. Cool. Bet to Ishgard has been greatly diminished for now. Until we need it for a major story expansion. I recognize the necessity. Nope. Like, I love every time Alphinaud is like, and now the Holy See must recognize. Nope, absolutely not, bro. Never gonna happen. They don't care and never will. The only way you're ever gonna make them care is by murdering their Pope. Long have they barred their gates, and long will they continue to do so unless we force their hand. Scenes the Empire. Step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. Yeah, sure. Nothing could possibly trip us up now. When we're making such great progress to our goal, couldn't possibly lose everything and fall as far as possible. With your tiny, stupid little lifted heels. Fall even further down, you stupid elf. Bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Cool, good for you, whatever. Must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah, where I could be taken hostage. I mean, where I can do a lot of really good work. We're right about there. Pray return to the Rising Stones again. They really did sort of go ham on cutting out as much Pray Return to the Waking Sands as possible, only to then turn around and not do a single one of the Pray Return to the Rising Stones. So now it's like, oh, there's really not much Pray Return to the Waking Sands, and then you get to post ARR, and it's like every 5 seconds they're telling you to return to the Rising Stones. Alright, man, for the, let's just get this done with so I don't have to spend more time with you. That to come here and tell you shit that I already know and everyone already knows because you lock yourself in a room and do nothing for the entire MSQ. You lock yourself away in a room and do nothing but be a damsel in distress and a MacGuffin for the entire MSQ. I could have gone out there and done literally anything to help, but then how would I not just sit in here and be worthless? Thank you for coming and telling me what happened. Don't care, gonna sell the materia. Broken Bridges. That for Steps of Faith? Yep, Bishop on the Steps of Faith. No titles. Administrative decision. Your one and only chance to possibly... Oh, no, never mind. You have to do 10 other things. Not that resting would matter. Messenger from Ul'dah. Invitation to what? Council of Errors, the Alliance, Royal Majesty, Nanamo, Namo, yeah. Oh, a feast at the Royal Palace. Yep, the feast. We're already getting to the feast, which means there's a couple of story beats we have to hit here soon. But we're pretty much there. Like, there's maybe half the MSQ quests left at this point, if that. There's really only a couple of story beats we need to hit. Like, all I can think of is there's Wilrid and there's Alion, and then there's the feast, and that's about all I can think of at this point. But each of those might be a couple quests long. Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. Oh. I'm surprised the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration, says the woman who sent all of her scions out to fight and did nothing to help them. Says the woman who sat here in the Rising Stones while we did all the work. Referring to some hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Seek to share in the glory of your triumph. Uh-huh. Fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the... Nope! Like, every time anyone talks about anything to do with Ishgard, it's always just like, nope! Ishgard does not care. Ishgard will never care. Ishgard will never help or join. They are actively against you and just using you. They will never join you or help you. I mean, Brita and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. Must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Insist that you also attend. Yep. Time to go to a party. I'm sure it'll be a great party. Full of happiness and joy, and everybody will be celebrating happily, and Ishgard will join the Alliance again, and we'll all be cheered on for all our great deeds, and everything's gonna go great. Party's gonna be wonderful. A night to remember, you might say. Never known Tataru to sigh at such requests could not be amiss. Oh god. Do I have to deal with Tataru being like, I want to try something else now? I thought that was later. Also, when's she gonna start making clothes for me? I don't think the first set is until at least the end of ARR. She might not even start until Heavensward. And also, I think one of the first sets she makes me is kind of stupid anyway. One of the sets she makes me is like this weird ninja outfit that I don't care about. Conspicuous by her absence, and it took you that long to investigate the section? It took him that long to investigate to realize Tataru wasn't sitting there? She just stepped outside. She did seem rather preoccupied. It's the snow coat, isn't it? I don't remember. One of the Scion sets she makes for you is almost like a ninja outfit. I don't care for that one. The adventurer outfit, which is like the white jacket and the sneakers and stuff like that, that one's pretty nice because it's fairly well dyeable if I remember correctly. And so I'd like that one, but if it's the weird almost ninja-y looking one that she makes, the Scion Wanderer? No, I think that might be the jacket. I think that might be the jacket. What's the ninja one that she makes look called again? I can't remember the name of that set. Where the hell are you? Okay, up here somewhere. Up there somewhere. Really, it's not nothing. It feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. I'm in Philly before things get any worse. Thank you for your sage guidance and advice, person who said nothing. Sometimes people just need to vent. But no, the snow coat that I think you're talking about, I don't think you get until like Endwalker. Is it? I do believe Tataru makes you a snow coat at some point, but I don't think you get it till much later. The, damn, what was it called again? I want to figure out what it's called here again. So there's the Adventurer set, which I do like. I do like the Adventurer set. There's the Chronicler, Conjurer. That's all stuff from the market board. Market board. Is it Rogue? No, Rogue is Thancred's Heavensward stuff. You might be right. Get that with Garlemald. I think you do get that with Garlemald. The one I'm thinking of is... Actually, it might be Scion Rogue. But the Rogue attire, that's definitely Thancred's. But the rogue armbands and the bandana do look right. So it might be the rogue set? No, Traveler. That's it, Traveler. The Traveler set I don't care for. It's like this weird ninja set that she makes for you, and I don't really like it, the Traveler set. But the Adventurer set I do like. The Adventure set is the one with the like the white jacket with the tie and the sneakers and stuff, and the jeans, the literally like denim jeans or whatever. I do like that set. I don't like the Traveler set, which is this weird ninja set she makes. But then I don't think you get the Traveler set. Now, I think the first set she gives you is the Adventurer set. I believe. I may be wrong about that. And it also may not be now. It may be later in Heavensward or something that she gives you that. Oh, some ads are starting up. Let me go ahead and look through my list again. Let's see. That's the Arachne healing stuff. The rest of this stuff is probably in here. Probably in leather. There's the Karimu gloves. That's the 110. That needs... Oh, Karimu leather. I haven't looked at Karimu leather yet. Allegan leather. That's probably also in coils. Coil turn 1. Okay, so I can farm Allegan leather at the same time as we're farming Allegan silk. I can get both from the same location. Easy enough. Artisan, that's all the same. I can do all of that. Forager, that's all the same. I can do all of that. Cream Braze, no. Here's healing. That's more Karimu leather. Easy enough. Platinum hard hippogriff, silk thread. I can do all of that easily. I'm missing something here. There's a whole 110 set of accessories, but I'm also missing something else. It must be the head. I wonder if that's in... I wonder if I'm just guessing the head is probably here. Platinum stuff of healing is what I'm looking for there, and that is the headpiece, isn't it? Yeah, that's the headpiece. Okay, platinum, wolfram, I think is easy enough. Shalite, I think is Grand Company. Don't quote me on that. Ferbitite is time node, and cobalt is normal. Let me pull this over here really quick. So I think that's Grand Company time node, so I should have plenty of that, and normal. So that's easy enough. And that's the only thing there that could be difficult is Wolfram ingots, but I think I can do that easily. Earring of healing. Okay, I need Demi-Materia 3s, but I've got plenty of them. Allegan Catalyst. I've actually got plenty of Allegan Catalyst because I knew there was something that needed Allegan Catalyst, so I've actually been one of the only people running Crystal Tower roulettes who's actually wanted the Allegan Catalyst, so they're easy to get. More platinum. Emerald just needs Grand Company material, which could be a bit of a pain, but so be it. Scarf of healing, mostly the same, and cashmere. Oh, cashmere fleece was not something that was easily obtainable, was it? Okay, no, cashmere fleece is Grand Company. And diluted vitriol is... Oh, crap. Oh, no, it's crafted. From vitriol and filtered water, which is more Grand Company stuff. Okay, diluted vitriol is easy. Cashmere fleece is Grand Company. bangle of healing. That's all normal. And I need 1 ring of healing. Not 2, because I'm still using the oh god, what just happened? Are we okay? We look okay. For some reason, my internet node in my room just died. It's flashing red right now, but my connection looks good in OBS. What the hell is going on? Why is my node red? Is my internet about to go out, but just hasn't yet? Why is my node red? Alright, what was this last one? Gold ingot. Easy. Yeah. Aside from the stuff that I have to, my nodes. Yeah. Aside from the stuff that I need to go into the Coils of Bahamut to farm, which I can do with you guys unsynced, and the stuff that I need shit tons of Grand Company seals for, which I can probably just do while we're farming the Coils of Bahamut turn 1, I can get basically everything else I have, or can get easily basically everything else I need to craft these sets. Not the nodes. Yeah, we're using one of those setups at home where we have, instead of one set like modem, we have 3 little towers, 3 nodes around the house that are supposed to like stretch the signal out better to where you need it. And you can hook into the nodes through an Ethernet rather than having to just do Wi-Fi, even though technically it's still a wireless signal. But my node is red right now. My stream in OBS looks perfectly fine. I'm not dropping any frames. I'm not losing bitrate. I'm not losing a connection or anything. And yet my node is red, which means it shouldn't be getting a signal right now, which makes me beg the question of why the fuck is my node red if my stream still looks fine this deep in? My node is still red. God, please tell me I have this. I don't think I do. I don't know, man. I'm hesitant to like unplug it and plug it back in because that really will lose my connection to OBS, which it looks fine, but for some reason my node is also red. Whatever. This fucking shitty links is fucking problem. Come on. Well, would you like to show me the fucking password, please? If you're gonna demand it? No? How about you fucking die then? How about that? How about you just load in and stop trying to fight me? Why do you want me to log into the account? I should be logged in. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want a recovery key. I want to recover. I don't want anything. Just let me in. I can't fucking look at the password. You literally won't open my freaking password manager. My password manager won't open. That's great. That's not fucking stupid. Logins. I don't even know what I would call this one. Modem or router, maybe? I don't even know what I would have titled this one. Oh, you know what? I probably called it Linksys. No, I don't have it. Okay, so it's worthless. I can't log into this anyway. I can't even log into the Linksys app to check my nodes because it logged me out and I don't have the login. I can fucking guess, I suppose. God, I hate this whole thing. This is the weirdest part. My OBS looks fine, but I'm really hesitant to continue streaming while my node is red, because my whole stream could just die at a moment's notice as far as I know. Let me just guess. It's probably this. And it's maybe password-wise. this one? No, incorrect. Maybe this one? Of course, I'm also gonna be killing it. No? Okay. This third fail attempt may actually, like, lock it down. But I don't fucking care anymore, because this thing's a piece of shit. Nope, try again and reset your password. Okay, then I don't even know what the fuck it could be then. Nope. I got no idea. Alright, if it's not any of those, then I have no fucking clue what it is, so fuck it. I'm gonna keep streaming with a red node, and if the whole thing kills itself in a second, then I guess it kills itself in a second. Like, I got nothing. I got nothing to go off of, so I'm done trying to fight it. My stream is working fine, even though my node is red, so I'm just gonna ignore the red node and pray that it doesn't come back to bite me in the ass like it probably will. Yeah. But, like, the second I go, well, you know what? Nothing bad is happening, so I'm just gonna ignore the red node. Now my stream is probably gonna die. It'll probably die in the middle of a long cutscene that I can't skip and can't do anything about in the middle of my stream. That's what'll happen. Because that's always what happens. Because that's just my luck. Watch it run perfectly fine on my stream right up until many sequences will play in order. Make sure you have enough time to set aside, and I'll go, yes, I'm ready, and then my stream will die horribly right then. Simon, peasant, blah, 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 blah. Sounds about right, yep. Excuse for me, duties for a time, you certainly earn the rest. Lying in bed is far from your intent. Is this really where I have to, like... Is this where she goes off to try and be an Arcanist? Promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. Should acquire the power to... Oh my god, is this really where I have to do Tataru's Arcanist storyline? I thought that was later. I could have swore that was later on. Don't give me that evil grin, Zodia. I mean, Tataru. Knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. Okay, yeah. No, my stream is functioning perfectly fine. I'm literally looking over at OBS and it's like no drop frames, consistent bit rate, stream is running just fine, CPU usage is just fine, everything's just fine. And then I look over to the right and there's my node with a big red fucking light on it. Like, something's wrong. It's like, apparently not. Because you're still working, so... Let me see what my internet connection... Did my internet connection maybe jump over to Wi-Fi? Is that what happened? No? No, my internet is still connected through Ethernet, which means the node seems like it's actually working fine. It just has a red light as if it's not. I don't know what's going on there. Also, I find it, like, weird and hilarious to claim I'm connected through Ethernet this way, because I'm connected through Ethernet to a node, which is then connected to my main modem and router and stuff through Wi-Fi. Like, claiming I'm Ethernet connected doesn't actually sound like I'm legitimately connected through an Ethernet and it's a super secure connection or anything, because I'm just connected to a device which is then wirelessly connected to my system. So, probably defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Another adventurer of the capable kind? Oh, geez, I wonder which adventurer that might end up being. Okay, yeah, nothing has collapsed on me right now, so I'm just gonna keep going and pretend like I don't see the red light for a while. Oh god, split MSQ. Oh god. Unexpected ambition is probably Tataru. Yeah, that's Tataru stuff. Developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she would go to Limsa Laminsa. And then where we are needed, this is probably the... Yeah, capable adventurer for Ori Boulder. I'm gonna remember what this one is. Does this eventually lead into the Wilrid stuff? Put a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings. Yes, this leads into the Wilrid stuff. This is it. Yeah, because we go out with the scholars to take a reading in a certain area, and that's where we figure out what happened with Wilrid. Okay, yeah. Skip. Don't care. Let's just move on with it. Truly a pillar of strength. Sure I am. Whatever. Okay, so we have the Wilrid story and we have the Tataru story. Let's start with Wilrid. Because Tataru's story is goofy, so let's try and end a little... Today's going to be a roller coaster of emotions. Let's try to sprinkle a little joy and hilarity throughout, shall we? Let's start with Wilrid stuff. Come on, blessing. Opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. 3 scholars to escort, which means you're not going to be serving alongside me. But our mission is the same. If such thoughts bring you joy, you're welcome to think them. Okay. Go meet up with your scholar and escort them around. I really don't care to listen to the dialogue here because it's mostly unimportant. This whole section is literally just set up to figure out more of what's going on with the Crystal Braves. So most of what they have to say is boring. There you are. Scions man deigns to grace me with his press. Shut up. No one cares. I could just let you go without an escort at all. That's always an option in this dangerous, dangerous location. Wait. Aha. Hello there, daily hunt target. Next. Don't even care about the hoverflies. Oh, is there 4? Huh. Okay, where's another condor then? That good? There we go. Some more allied seals. Haven't been spending too many of those lately, so if I do need to spend them on something eventually, that will be helpful. I mean, I could spend them on gear and turn around and sell the Grand Company or descent it for Demon Materia, stuff like that, but I don't really need to. Like we said, I need to do a bunch of farming in Bahamut turn 1, so just to get the like Alligid Silk and the Karimu leather and stuff like that, or Karimu skin or whatever, and stuff like that, so I'll be getting plenty of gear out of that I could probably turn into the Grand Company. Probably not enough for all the Grand Company stuff I need, but a lot. Calibrate my instruments, I require but a moment. Explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Yeah. Stand an appropriate distance away and beat people up. I love that the game decided to use enemies that have ranged attacks as their primary and can shoot you through solid objects so that they can space them out far enough that I literally cannot AoE them all at once. I fucking hate when the game does that. Like, here, have only ranged attackers so you can't AoE everybody. Good luck. Just have to waste extra time fighting them. Respective test, satisfactory outcome, blah, blah, blah. You might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future, and you might try shutting up. You might try shutting the hell up and leaving me to my job. God, I love having flight so much. You don't think about it too much these days since, like, every mount has flight capability, but I would guess back in content on ARR, they probably had, like, no mounts. Maybe there was one or two that were flight capable, but I seriously doubt it. They were probably all terrestrial back in ARR time. And so even when you were maxed out level during ARR, you probably couldn't fly around the zones, and you were still low enough level because you would have been capped at 50 that there would have been enemies in these zones that would have been trying to attack you. Like, I go and do Sylph quests for the Beast Tribe stuff, and I have to run through zones with enemies in the mid-40s constantly, and a lot of the Sylph quests are designed around trying to avoid fights, and you'll drop items or break, like, invisibility if you get attacked or things like that. And it's like, that sounds like it must have been a nightmare to do on content. Readings are not at all what I expected, man. I'm surprised I'm not given superstition, but there's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let's quit this place and return to Roots Lake. One more survey. Yeah, this next section of this quest was actually somewhat surprising the first time through. Because no one really makes a big deal about any of it. You get a little bit of, like, I haven't seen that, blah, 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 blah. Gee, I wonder what happened, And then you get to this part, and it's like, holy crap, I did not see that one coming. Of course, I think we have to go somewhere else first. Because it's definitely not here. Oh, cool. More ranged attackers? Oh, no. These ones are actually going to approach me. I'm just going to go ahead and blast this dude, too. Who cares? You got too close, Revenant. So now you get caught up in the attacks. Well, good job getting too close, idiots. Now you get attacked. Oh, wow, I actually missed that guy. That's impressive. I thought for sure I hit him. Invaluable to you gods. What is that stench? If I've had a twice while my back was turned. Can't tranquil, not my clothing reeking of blood. Alright, pal, hurry up. Take me to where I actually need to be, because your entire storyline's boring. Must take additional measurements. The least among us. Earth's fount. Let's come back here for the white mage stuff eventually too. Though not a big rush on that. I don't think white mage is going to be the next healer that I pick up. I think Astro probably will be. Because I want to play a little bit with new... Actually, I don't know that I do want to play a little bit with new Astro. I have played a tiny bit with new Astro, and I didn't really like it. I've never been the hugest fan of the cards, and now that they've added, like, more variation to the cards, it's just more like I don't want to deal with juggle type stuff. I know a lot of people hated that they, like, dumbed down the cards, and it was simple. Like, just give these ones to melee range and give these ones to ranger ranged characters, and you're done. And a lot of people hated that, but, like, at least, since I didn't really like juggling the cards anyway, at least it was easy. Now they've added more variation to it. Not a lot, not nearly as much as there was when they originally created Astro, but it's more stuff to deal with trying to remember on a mechanic that I didn't care to juggle in the first place. So honestly, maybe White Mage should be the next healer that I unlock. Not that any of that's going to happen anytime soon. So I'm trying to get one of each role first. And I've already got a healer. Markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Oh my word! No! Although also, shouldn't his body be like bloated and disgusting and like dark blue, pale, whatever nonsense? Because he's just sitting in a river for God knows how long? Shouldn't his body be disgusting looking right now? Friend's help has arrived. I mean, when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour, Gutted like a hog, but not by one. Spoons are made with a blade. Doesn't look like they put up much of a fight either. Uh-huh. Don't think of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What caused Woolred to come here? Shut up, Scholar. No one cares. And the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. Not yet. What happened here? And so do I. Uh-huh. Because this is weird. Why would he not put up any fight while someone guts him to death? Strange. Alright. But before that, it's going to be a little weird because we're going to have to deliver terrible news to Minfilia at the same time as we finish up Tataru's quest, which is all goofy. But, like, I'm not wasting my money going back to the Rising Stones now and then going out to Limsa later. I don't know, man. My stream is still fine and my freaking node is still red. So, I think something might be broken in my node in that it has a perfectly fine signal, but it thinks it doesn't. I don't know what's going on or why I can't get through a single freaking stream on this computer in this house without, like, every nightmare conceivable just manifesting itself the moment I hit go live. Just to either ruin my stream or make me terrified that something could ruin my stream at a moment's notice. She downstairs? Yeah, she's downstairs. Can I actually... Yeah, I can actually go through that little hole. Tiny potato man, right through the hole. What are you doing here? For where is the last thing I wanted? Into such words is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I should become great and powerful Arcanist. Yes, you totally, definitely will. Yep, that's for sure. Let's go and complete a special training exercise. Till you meet again. It's gonna go great. This is what I mean about sprinkling some hilarity throughout. We found Wolverid's gutted, bloated, drowned corpse 5 seconds ago. And now we're having Tataru's misadventures in Arcanima. So weird that they put those two quests right at the exact same point in the MSQ. Just remember, an Arcanist your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Should not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial. Yes, the same one where you inspect the crates as I had to do. Yep. Yeah. How's it going, Tataru? Having tons of luck at this job? Totally, absolutely capable of being a good Arcanist? As she sees the pirates, she's singing pirate songs while she does it. Oh my god. Oh god, the downwards go. She made up her own pirate song about her great adventures as an Arcanist in 5 minutes of being an Arcanist. Smoothie the true test. We're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Or not. As her Carbuncle pieces out. Nope. He's gone. Come back, Carbuncle. Yep, great Arcanist. Although surprisingly a lot of ether for someone who's not a very good Arcanist. Because, if I recall correctly, isn't there a point like 3 or 4 expansions from now when someone offhandedly mentions that there's a carbuncle that's just been like wandering around this area? Look! I swear I remember some like weird offhand conversation with some nobody NPC mentioning that there's just like a carbuncle that wanders around this zone. And I'm talking like hundreds of hours into the MSQ past this point. Right? Like deep into, I don't know, Stormblood or Shadowbringers or Endwalker or something. It's like, if Tataru has somehow managed to sustain a carbuncle that just wanders around this area and doesn't even realize it for that long. Should have known you'd come. I know you bore witness to my shame. Yep. Betrayed by my own carbuncle. Never be a warrior like you or the others. My intention to withdraw from the guild. Anima like so much else is beyond me. Try taking up the axe. I'm sure you'll be great at that. This way. Almost never remember like which way is coming in through the gates and stuff at any point because I pretty much just teleport around the towns. Friggin' Limsa is always so busy, man. Almost thinking of changing my grand company just so I can spend less time in Limsa with it fucking locking up my computer for like 10 minutes every time I want to teleport into the city or anywhere around it. Because all these idiots just standing around Limsa all day, every day. Fledgling Arcanist, not so great. Abysmally. I'm an Arcanist, wrong as usual. Completely and utterly unqualified. Like, you're not completely incapable. You're just not very good at it. You need a lot more practice than I did. Not everyone's a warrior of light. So our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. Your exceptional skill in numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. So you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle. Her Carbuncle abandoned her, but then again, at least she summoned one. Just unfortunate to have such a capable, good-natured receptionist at their service. Cannot overcome this challenge, so take your words to heart. I also love that she immediately went for the pink Arcanist robe. That goofy little hat of hers. Ancient ways, timeless wants. Especially as these garments are. She'll never don them again. Can't go back without something to show for my time away. And accompanying me for a little longer. Yep, I have to go fight crabs with her. Costa del Sol. Yeah. Since I'm here, let's see if this guy's got any of the good quests up. Nope. The same two terrible ones that are constantly cluttering up his inventory just to make it that much harder for me to just consistently turn in leaves. Oh well. I have stopped bothering to be consistent with my leaves like months ago. I stopped bothering to. I do them whenever I feel like it, and then they overcap over 100 almost constantly. I have wasted so many leave allowances by letting them just overcap for like months at a time that it's going to make getting those kinds of achievements infinitely more difficult. But those achievements are such bullshit to start with that I just can't be bothered to care that much. Like, the idea of needing like 10,000 of each individual type of leave is such a fucking bullshit achievement to begin with. That, like, I don't care that I'm just adding more days of having to constantly do leaves on top of it, because it doesn't matter. That's already going to take me 20 years anyway, who cares? And those achievements are like the single-handed reason that almost certainly this challenge of mine will eventually someday, 5 or so years down the line from now, will end in failure. Because it's going to take me so many years to get those leave achievements that I'll probably stop the series long before I ever actually get those achievements. Like, just in general. Just because, well, I've done everything else in the free trial, and now it's literally just do leaves off stream every day for 10 years. I think I'm done, kind of thing. Nothing that's actually challenging, just something that's fucking tedious will probably be the ultimate reason why this challenge will technically, I suppose, end in failure. Even though it's like, I could totally do it, but for fucking 10 years, nope, not gonna bother. Oh, it was actually a pretty annoying enemy to fight. It's got a lot of health. There's crap tons of health. Maybe I am supposed to be using like 110 gear by now, though, because the game literally handed me a bunch of pieces of 110 gear as part of the MSQ. So it's probably pissed at the fact that my gear is still as low eye level as it is. And like screaming at me to fucking wear the gear we gave you. I know. Only took forever to kill that damn thing. Oh, fuck. A bounty of blood pearls. She their treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. Make charms for everyone. Sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way, right? Alright. Time to head back. Sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Yeah, this is so weird. Like, that sounded rather final, didn't it? And then she starts to walk away, and then she looks back and waves again, and then she runs away, and then... Does she get a weird look on her face, too? Yeah. She turns back one more time with this weird little look on her face. It's like... Everything about this is very creepy and almost like a lot of finality to it. Also, that one look right there is probably where all of the freaking primal jokes about her come from. Where it's like, she's spying on me! Go ahead and snooze this one. So I can get through these bits of story beforehand. Hopefully I can try and hit a Twitch ad, like, just before the big section of story. Like, at the very end of MSQ, I'm kind of hoping I'm timing... It ends up timed just right to, like, hit a Twitch ad sort of just as I'm finishing up the MSQ, so that when I get to the big chunk of, please set aside enough time to blah, 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 of, like, 40 minutes of nothing but cutscenes kind of thing, I'll be, like, at the end of an ad in Twitch and just be like, oh, I can just let this run. Hello. let's go with the sadness first. Wilred dead may have murdered. Oh no, how could that be? Alpha at once, you'll want to conduct a full investigation similar to Wilred's family. I don't think Wilred has much family. He does seem to have some friends among the little Alamegans, but he doesn't have much, like, any family as far as I know. It's just a boy. Who would do this and why? I don't know. Who could possibly do the blah, 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 blah? You know what? I'll take those spirit bomb potions. Why not? Although I'm not trying to aggressively spirit bomb my gear anymore these days, but why not? Found Tataru? Yes, and hilarity ensued. These are really two very weird quests to put side by side as like the bifurcated MSQ line, where go complete both of these quests and come back kind of thing. Because like one of our people that we've known and has actually has a face and a name in the quest line is dead, murdered. Oh my god, how sad. And Tataru's misadventures in Arcanima. It's like, what the fuck are these two quests doing right beside each other? Although that might be a good definition of like describing the whole game to someone, is to put these two quests side by side like this. Like, if you ever wanted to show someone the weird duality of Final Fantasy XIV, it might be perfect to have these two quests sitting right next to each other in the MSQ, literally both being done at the same time. Because you have this constant slew of all this stuff happening in the main story that's like some of the darkest, most horrific stuff imaginable, alongside the most dumb, goofy fucking side quests and stuff. A time to every purpose. Just need to set them aside for now. We have a party to go to. No. Defining moment in Eorzean history. Commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. First time in 50 long years that our people have stood side by side. Okay, great. True rebirth of the... No, it really won't. It should at least serve... very least serve to bring our nations closer together. No, it really won't. In fact, this is about to rip our nations apart pretty aggressively for a while. And to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? Desperate odds, we fought and won. Okay, cool. Primal still plague us, the Empire still plots our subjugation. Our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. He has a lot of dead bodies. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith. For our very eyes, this room and breed... Yeah, I know. Boo-hoo. More appetite to enjoy the feast of my stead. It's a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. United front that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. No choice to take my own advice. Yep, go and party. Sure, it'll be a night to remember. Make our grand entrance together. So for leaving Tataru and Laman a note, and they did not return quickly, not to settle for whatever leftovers I could smuggle out of. Yeah, they're not going to the party. Hey, Real. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind. Yeah, Wilred's dead. And he was trying to alert you to something before he died, so... Damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. I mean, saw it. This past time we had this talk. Oh, man. where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Yeah, the syndicate's been supplying us with money on the down low. Coin made its way into the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo consortium. Damn name for a business if ever I heard one. Which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. Yup. Ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. They're all owned by the Mirage Trust. Master Credit, he showed us up for amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the Bloody Bribery Consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. Alright, I have a couple of snoozes to play with here. Maybe I can get all the way through this to the big point before... Or at least I should be able to get close enough to let the ads run like before the Allianz stuff, and then maybe I can have plenty of time for the cutscenes after. Gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. Now he knows some of them are. I'd wager me right eye they're the ones what did for Wilrid. He'd taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Yep. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Don't see what Telegi hopes to get accomplished. Hit his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. I mean, he wanted to discredit us, so that's the point. Clever, too. It's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. Purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks, so that you have me word. I mean, not so much. Eventually it gets around to it. When you kind of cut the head off of the Crystal Braves eventually, or it cuts its own head off, sorta, but I don't know. Mind yourself when you're in, old die. Heading into a storm, I can smell it. Yep. Sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. And this is why Real is getting the hell out of Dodge. Just go underground and disappear for a while. Alright. Royal Promenade. I think there's only one more quest I need to see to before we hit the end of MSQ and like 40 minutes of just cutscenes. I assume it's only one more. Because there's only one more thing I can think of that we need in the story before we get there. And Tataru did not give us our new outfit yet. That must be later then. Celebrations do begin shortly. We might make our introductions together. Moment he just sent word you needed the quicksand. Okie doke. Come but not gone. Yeah, this is it. I believe Come but not gone is the final quest in this series. Join us as matters the quicksand are resolved. Okay. So I should actually have just enough time, I think. Let her know I'll call upon her anon. Or what? Don't get creepy on me, Thancred. Okay. I should probably let the ad that's coming up in about 2 minutes run. That'll leave me one extra snooze to play with if for some reason these cutscenes go on longer, and I think they will, but they shouldn't. I should have like 40, 50, 40 or so minutes to play with, which should be plenty for the cutscenes, I believe. I don't think it's actually 40 minutes of cutscenes, but it's a lot. But I should probably let this ad run. Such short notice. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. So brave by the name of Alian. Yep, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Adventure. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. She came around for a meal not long ago. Before she left, she asked me to give you a message. So if others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. Short message I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Other circumstances I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. Alright. Ads are going to run in just a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and just take an actual break. I'll hop up. I'll go get myself another drink, a snack maybe, and then come back. So go ahead, hop up. I'm going to be gone 4 or 5 minutes. Grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch out, move around, go to the bathroom, whatever you guys need to do. My light is still red, but nothing has happened on my end, so I'm just not going to touch the thing. I'm not going to futz around with it while my stream is live. I'll just deal with it after stream if I need to. Anyway, I will see you guys in a little bit, and we will be right back. Alright, I'm back. And, I looked at the other nodes in the house. The one connected directly to our modem. No. Router? Whatever. The one connected directly to our internet is blue, but the two that we have upstairs are both red. And yet the internet is working fine for everyone in the house right now. So I have no idea what that is. I'm just going to ignore it. Like you do with all of our problems, ignore it until it becomes an actual problem, I guess. Just ignore it. And when my stream is done and over and I've rated out and I've clipped and tweeted, not tweeted, fuck tweet, but you know what I mean, and I've posted and all that sort of stuff, then I will go ahead and like just reboot the whole internet, just power cycle the whole modem and router to get it like really fixed. But realistically, nothing is really wrong with it functionally. Both of the upstairs nodes are red, which is weird. They shouldn't be, but the internet at least has been working fine. Anyway, let's get into this before I waste more time and end up having a freaking ad try and run in the middle of my cutscenes or something. Let's go ahead and finish up the MSQ today, shall we? Because this is it. This is the last quest. From coffin. We are here. After all this time, after in fact, you know what? Let me check. It's just going to take more time, but still, I want to know this. Content. Playlists. My free trial stuff is... starting everything, June 14th. June 14th, which would have been that week, because I would have put out the episode right away. 7 months. 7 months. Seven months of working on this project, and we're getting to the end of ARR finally today. Damn. Been at this a while. The ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain, defiled by your mind's eye and solemn process procession. Uh-huh. They do once in a while mention the idea of, like, the Warrior of Light has some serious freaking PTSD, but it doesn't come up too often. It doesn't stay too often. It really comes into play mostly in Shadowbringers, where it all kind of hits ahead. Comes to a head. Hear the chatter of Kikern and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial lying at your feet. What you? What brings you out this way? Hi, Laurentius. Hey, felon. How you doing? Yeah, why no, I haven't seen her about. I definitely didn't knock her out and drag her off to the... I mean, I definitely didn't see her anywhere. Actually, I don't know exactly what did happen with Alian. I think she just, like, escaped. I think. I don't think anyone... Although, the broken vial is interesting, because it seems almost like it got broken in a scuffle. But I don't think she ever got, like, kidnapped by anyone. I think she legitimately escaped and got away and just, like, ran off and hid. Patrol the city environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders. Should be with the other honored guests. Enjoying your well-deserved respite. Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever. Later, felon. I mean, I don't know exactly what level of a crime it is what he pulled, but I would imagine it's at least a felony. He betrayed Gridania to the Garleans, so, you know.
Hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Yeah, we are here. Back to town. Man, a lot of Zelda stuff in here lately. Alright. Whatever, bro. Head straight to the feast after meeting Alian. What's the matter? Tiny glass container appears to have been used before, but to contain what, pray tell? She wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Like an alchemist vial. Beyond that, I can't say. It might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Oh, yeah, actually... Think about it. Yeah. Now that I think about it, Alian might not have been the one carrying the vial at all. If I remember correctly, the vial might have actually been planted there for me to find, so it would be in my pocket. Another message arrived for you. Sultana's handmaiden, no less. She wants a private meeting. Great. go hang out with tiny Nanamo.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Great. Before we progress, many cutscenes will play in sequence, so we should set aside plenty of time. I hope you guys got plenty of time. Because, you know, once I hit that point, it's going to be like 45 minutes, just cutscene. But then that's how it always is with this friggin' game, man. Every time you hit a big point in the expansion, it's always just like, are you ready for an hour and a half of cutscenes?
Everyone
Hey,
looks
Al.
to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Oh, look at these two useless morons talking to each other about how great they've done at their jobs.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent.
Look at the two most useless people in the storyline talking to each other about how good they are at their jobs.
Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally.
Not quite, Zai, but I'm almost there. This is basically it. This is the end of the story, pretty much.
When he
So we're
convinces
basically
his
pretty much there.
countrymen to rejoin the alliance, we
Although
shall
I guess
all
plenty
reap
of
the
sus
benefits,
stuff is already
military
happening.
and economic.
Playing through Fontaine with Genshin 14. Set aside sufficient time cutscenes. Don't feel that long anymore. Oh god, Genshin has even worse ones.
I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity.
Yep, right on the cusp of it, Alf. Fucking Alf. Right on the cusp of it.
Territorial
Ain't no
disputes are all that
Xenosaga.
divide us
Ugh.
now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time.
I mean, thank God for that. Xenosaga kind of sucked. As someone who absolutely adores Xenogears and Xenoblade Chronicles and stuff like that, let me be very clear, Xenosaga kind of sucked. So... the 2.5 hour long cutscenes. Yeah, desperately want a Xenosaga remake. I kind of don't. Like, here's the thing. My problem with Xenosaga goes further than, like, the gameplay was old and jank and bad. My problem with Xenosaga is the story is, like, the most worthless piece of trash imaginable that we didn't need. No one needed it. No one needed Xenogears to suddenly be the 5th story in a fucking series of games, in which the first 3 change art style, change characters on a fucking dime, and, like, have no connection to anything worthwhile at all. Like, I'm sorry, but Xenosaga is, like, the most useless 3 games in existence. I'm sorry, but it just is to me. Like... There's so much contradictory to Xenogears and the storyline and the fucking art style just flipping between 2 games completely. And the characters aren't all that interesting. It's like, it's so bad. Also be your love for robo-waifus. The robo-waifus are great. But you know what? Just go play Xenoblade Chronicles and pull Cosmos. And you're done. You know what I mean? Just play Xenoblade Chronicles and pull Cosmos. You don't need to play Xenosaga for that.
I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned.
Cosmos is beat
Speaking
tonight.
of
Uh-huh. My trusty Warrior of Light. Oh, you little bitch. treating me like I'm just some tool for you to wield. I'm gonna box your ears, you little stupid elf.
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Nope, not serious at all. Just massive betrayals on a grand scale. Nothing serious at all. It may also be just how much I did love Xenogears that Xenosaga just kind of pisses me off as a series. Like, it was so pointless that as someone who loves Xenogears, I'm like, why did you waste time making these games? Why did you just make something good? Yeah, I need more of a good, righteous, upstanding character like Ilberd. Yep, need more Ilberd. Yeah. More upstanding, righteous people who are totally loyal would never betray us. It'll definitely help us root out all of these traitors in our midst. Ilberd. A disarming smile. Yep. So loyal, you could almost call him our left-hand man. Ilberd. So trustworthy. He's like our left hand. From preceding the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Set aside sufficient time, everybody, because here we go. Disarming smile. So bad. You played Xenogears or Xenoblades. My opinions of Xenosaga are unsullied. Well, that's probably part of it. That's probably part of it. Because, like, I don't know. There are some people that like Xenosaga, I guess. There are some people who played them all that also like Xenosaga, I guess. Somewhere. I don't know those people in person, but I know they do exist. But, like, boy, do I wish they spent literally all of the time and effort and money they spent on Xenosaga doing literally anything else with the Xenogears IP. Boy, do I wish they'd spent that time doing anything else. No, I'm talking about, like, there are people who have played the other games that also love Xenosaga. There are people who are in that camp that have played all the other games and still love Xenosaga, but boy, does it seem like a big fat pile of nothing worthwhile to me. Boy, was it a bunch of maybe coulda, shoulda been potential that turned into nothing to me as someone who loves Xenogears and who ended up later in life kind of coming to love the Xenoblade games. Because after Xenosaga, I kind of didn't want to play anything. You didn't like the reveal? You literally have Jesus in your party? No, I didn't like pretty much any of the reveals they did. Like, as someone who basically didn't want anything to do with any Xeno anything after Xenosaga, it took me a while to finally come to the Xenoblade games. It wasn't until the first one was released on the definitive edition or whatever that I played it.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and
It's
take
just
your
like,
ease.
boy, did nothing from those 3 games mean a goddamn thing. Boy, did the storylines for Faye and Ellie not line up at all to the characters we get in Xenogears and not mean anything to anyone at all and should have not even been in that 3rd game. Boy, did the characters suck. Boy, did that art style fucking change between 1 and 2. Like, boy, did that art style take a goddamn hard left turn between 1 and 2. I don't even remember what the actual reason for the art style change was. It wasn't as aggressive in 2 to 3. At least 2 to 3 sort of kind of tried to go for the same, I don't even know if you'd call it realism, but like realistic proportion character, whatever type of thing that 2 had. But like 1 and 2 went from like anime character, chibi anime characters to like the style that you got more in 2 and 3. Like, boy, was that a drastic shift. I don't know if they fired the art person or just decided the art style needed to change or what. I don't even remember what the excuse was for why it changed so aggressively in 1 and 2.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
Also, I do love that they're sitting here patting themselves on the back for something they didn't do anything for. Look at derailed
And
this
what of
for
the city
14
proper?
straight. That's okay. That's fine.
We sustained some few losses, but the
I do love that they're all sitting here
beats with
going,
vigor.
"Oh, thank goodness we all worked together
not
to
certain
save
I could say the
Ishgard," to the
same had we
people
not
who did
received your
nothing to
most
help.
generous aid.
With all this delicious hubris. Yeah.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Listen to these fucking lines out of their mouths. The most disingenuous you could possibly be.
Such noble words after the fact.
Like, he is a little bitch. Alphino is absolutely a little bitch this whole freaking ARR quest storyline. But he's not entirely wrong either. Hubris is the chickpea dip, right? Yeah.
I had hoped to speak
That's
in the
this
presence of
chickpea
her
dip over here,
grace,
right? That's the
but it
hubris?
seems she has been delayed.
Oh, God.
That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands.
I also like that Emmerich just sort of dons the mask, says what he needs to say, and like he doesn't believe it, Lucia doesn't believe it, but they're just like, yeah, it's all politics, we gotta get this out of the way. Like, Emmerich knows what he's doing politics-wise. He knows how to handle that.
'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Yeah, Daddy's not interested in listening to that request, Emmerich. Even if Emmerich actually made it, which he might have. He might have. This could be all politicking, but Emmerich seems a decent enough guy. He probably really did make that request. But Daddy don't give a shit. Managing morale and expectations is probably the most important skill it has.
Very well.
Yep, it is Ishgard. Yep. Emmerich is very good at this stuff. Like, Emmerich is a low-born bastard who made it to the head of a group of temple knights. He knows how to play the game.
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Right. Nothing at all to worry about. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Stupid sexy planet. Sorry.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Oh my god. Sorry, I just can't stop every time Yu Hase is on screen. Kane is so pretty. I just want a little bit of emotion from Kane at any point.
You may go. Your Grace.
Sure, she's pretty, but like, one drop of emotion in any of the line delivery would be nice.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Sure. Not discreet enough. Can we just get drunk now?
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Yay! Let's start throwing a party in the streets that... Oh, wait, this is supposed to be, heavy moment? I'm getting from your tone? Right. Wait, I'm not supposed to celebrate burning this stupid city to the ground and its stupid rulership as well?
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government failed
Throw
its
the royalists
responsibilities,
out
and
with
my
the
subjects
monetarists
suffer the
because it's the only way
consequences
to
of
get
our
rid of this stupid city's dumb shit anyway. Like, I'm not supposed to be setting off fireworks?
But I will see them suffer no longer. The
Okay,
victory
I'll
feast
hold
shall
off on that
provide
for
the
5
stage on
minutes
which
then.
I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
Ooh, democracy.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic.
Yeah, and everyone's
No
just gonna
more
let
shall
that
this
happen.
nation bow to the
No one could
whims of a
possibly
privileged
want to
few.
stop that.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
Just one. Just one steadying hand. That's all he's gonna need. Just one hand.
You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero
God.
in whom I can place my trust.
Oh my god.
Will you do this thing for me?
It's just that speedrunning a conversion to democracy would work. Like, create a functioning parliament first. Yeah, unfortunately, she can't create a functioning parliament because literally anything she does that's for the betterment of anybody else gets immediately torn apart by the syndicate because she's utterly powerless in her own freaking kingdom because the syndicate has completely corrupted this place to the fucking roots. God, I hate Ul'dah so much.
I am truly grateful.
And I'm not just talking about
More
ARR.
grateful than I can well
Like,
express.
probably the best thing they did for making people like Ul'dah better after ARR is making it so that every expansion you go into, you basically interact with Ul'dah less and less every time. Like, that's pretty much it. Ul'dah gets one drop in the bucket better than it was in ARR after ARR and is still trash the whole time. I mean, Gridania is better than Ul'dah, but Gridania is one of the most racist fucking places imaginable.
Much of my dread for the
Like,
coming days has been quiet.
If it weren't for all the jackasses standing around there all the time, making my computer have a stroke every time I try to teleport home, I would say yo-ho, a pirate's life for me every day of the week. But people won't stop just standing around there dancing and showing off their glams and bogging up my fucking computer every time I go there. Oh, wow, that was some strong beer. And here comes one of those horrifying shots that you get occasionally in this game where they really crank the freaking, like, gamma levels and the shadows and the highlights and stuff. They like to do that occasionally just to mess with you in this game. So how's that democracy going for you? Going good? Good. Democracy's off to a rollicking good start.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
Maybe you should check the pulse, like, for 1 second before just declaring it so, Teleji.
Poison in her wine?
Well, you seem real sure of your deductions there, don't you?
You did this!
Yeah, well, I do happen to have a bottle of poison sitting in my
Spare us your
pocket.
denials. I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby
Really?
accuse
Because
you
I
of
see a
regicide.
suspect.
Men, arrest this viper.
No. Scholar. I can't play Viper, Teleji, you jerk. You know I can't play Viper. Good job, Elf. You done real good job throughout all of ARR. Really building something with strong foundations that'll last forever.
The Rising Stones is also under our control.
Way to go, Alf. All your delusions of grandeur. Thinking you were going to start a grand company and be a great commander or some bullshit like that.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Don't go wetting your little baby diaper or tripping over your stupid fucking shoe lifts while you're busy becoming a great commander.
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander.
Coming over the PFCs are bad? I don't know. He does actually talk. I thought no, was this the one where he does the, or was that later? It might have been this one. I don't remember. I thought Yu Yu Hase maybe only spoke like once in the whole thing, as it was a big surprise how deep his freaking Japanese voice actor was. But maybe he speaks multiple times.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
I also love that all of this horrible betrayal and like all of this sudden revelations and assassination and betrayal and all is happening to the wonderful me like me shop music in the background playing. It's great.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
Most fortuitous indeed.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor.
I love Emmerich so much. Just all the innuendo and double entendre you could possibly imagine.
Come, Lucia.
Angered out, busy flirting with literally anything with tits and legs.
Whatever is going on in there?
Not that she's bad looking, but I don't think Vingard would have cared that much.
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Thancred.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts.
Well, I mean, he is that.
You'd best come along with us.
He absolutely is a practitioner of forbidden arts. But who cares?
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Alright, let's just start beating our way out of here. Ah, crap. Already there's another ad. Great. I've only got one snooze left. I need to find a decent spot to sort of take a break, I guess, because there's no way I'm getting to the end of this with this one ad break.
And eject state visitors without her grace's consent. You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant.
Oh god, thanks for the resub, Sai.
I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
Sure you did. Almost like you were planning to be there the moment it happened.
No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Thanks, Elbert, you jackass.
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
You jerk. And of course, Laurentia's standing right there. Sure, great. Alright. Oh, God. It looks like some ads are gonna run. I'm just gonna go ahead and let them run. I don't want to do this right in the middle of all the blah, blah, blah. So I'll just let them go ahead and run for a bit. I was hoping I could get through, but then I wasted a bunch of time, so it caught up with us. Just glad the voice direction improved that. No, it cannot be. It's 2% emotion. Yeah. If I remember correctly, wasn't it something as simple as like they were moving the voice acting or whatever overseas, and the voice acting was already overseas, I think in England or something like that, and they didn't want to like fly out American voice actors to voice the characters anymore or something like that, so they just started hiring people like more locally. And so everyone became British. They switched to a voice. Okay, via agency. All right. And so it's like it's changing over all the voice actors. That's fine. For the most part, I think they're pretty much all better anyway. I can't think of if there are any like noted worsening of any voice actors. I think they were all improvements. Just having Alphino change though. Like just having Alphino's voice change is a big help for me because I can't stop picturing the face of the dude who voices him in ARR every time Alphino opens his mouth, and it just doesn't work for me. Who is the new or the later voice? Catherine Quinner flew out to the UK to personally direct a re-record for Endwalker. Oof. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm always forgetting. I've spent so much time talking about Sam Regal, I think it's pronounced Regal, because I've spent so much time in ARR that I once again forgot the name Colin Ryan, even though I freaking think I follow him on Blue Sky, and I think he follows me as well, and we've actually interacted a couple of times through posts, and I keep forgetting Colin Ryan's name like a fucking moron. I don't know why that keeps happening to me. I don't know if it was officially confirmed, but it was strongly implied that was the reason why Endwalker got delayed 2 weeks. It was just to fly out and do some re-recording. Yeah, Colin and Beth Ann. The twins! I do love how much they play up the twins thing online on social media and stuff like that. It's funny to me. I don't know why I constantly end up forgetting his name, though. I don't understand. Not to say I actually real world interact with any of these voice actors so much, but even online, the degree that I may have interacted with any of them, I think I've interacted more with him than any of the other voice actors, and yet I constantly end up forgetting his name when I'm talking about Alphino. Appearance of the 300 Musicians Sing project about made me start bawling. All right, ads are finished. Let's go ahead and finish this one up. Yeah, skip that. Skip this. Hop over to here. Okay. Let's actually finish this story now, shall we?
This is madness!
Madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Not even remotely. Your tale is going to end in pitiful ignominy, but mine will go on for a long time.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace
that's what I was saying. I finally remembered a little later on. Allian did not leave the vial there trying to show us something. They planted the vial there so I'd be holding it when it happened. Some of the best VA in ARR. Yeah, actually, Ilbert is pretty good. But he's not sloppy good.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely
Except we didn't. Wait, that's legitimately wrong. None of us persuaded her to host this celebration. In fact, most of the Scions were like, this is stupid, we don't want to go.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders.
God, shut up. Look, he cannot lose his head fast enough to just shut up.
Cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich. For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
It's got a lot of time to just make shit up. And everyone else in this room is too stupid to bother countering anything he says. Because Uldar's full of idiots.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Thank you for throwing her handmaiden under the bus. Rowan's likely to take her head off, too. Spends his days in a dim room scheming schemes, yep.
Nanamo. No!
And neglecting his turtle. Jeez. Still bitter about the turtle. God.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General,
oh, you are
we would be
so
more than
done
happy
for.
to entrust the task of planning
You are so done for, you little fucking prick. Like, huzzah! You've succeeded. Now keep rubbing it in people's faces until one of them finally snaps because you're an idiot.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You
would have gotten away with this if he wasn't such a persistent little shit. Yes. He might have gotten away with this if he wasn't such a persistent little shit. Lolorito would have absolutely done away with him 5 minutes after this party was over, but, like, he would have at least lasted 5 minutes longer if he wasn't such a persistent little shit. Lolorito would have absolutely disappeared his ass the moment they walked out of this building.
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
And literally just stands there and, like, admits to everything in front of everyone. Like,
mock her from hell!
Best Raubon moment in the whole game. Finally cuts the head off a monitorist like I've been saying they should be doing the whole goddamn game. Cut all of the monitorists' heads off. I know it'll cause upheaval in the city. I know people will assume it's her just trying to, like, force control over the city without anyone to speak for them anymore because the monitorists have spent their entire lives deluding the people into thinking they care. I don't give a shit. Burn the city to the ground. General? Cut every monitorist's head off and deal with the fallout after.
Much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members.
Like, they are more of a hindrance to the kingdom than literally anything else that exists. Cut their heads off and deal with the fallout.
You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
Little prick.
You!
He should lose his head, too.
Next, you scheming bastard!
So it's going great. Yep. We're doing wonderfully here.
Oh, Raban!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Yep.
Ah!
People are just losing their heads and losing their arms at this party. It's a real shindig, ain't it?
Unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
You little bastard. Take your head, too. The fact that no one ever takes this little prick's head off is such a waste of everyone's life. I hate that they end up having to come to some, like, kind of agreement with Lolorito and just having to deal with him from that point on in the future. Like, should absolutely chop his damn head off.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have.
Stupidest part about this is that, like, Ilbert absolutely had the talent to do everything Raubon did, and yet instead he just whines and bitches about shit.
You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
I mean, you wanted a mad bull, well, you've got one. Personally, I think they ought to just cut us loose and we just kill all the brass blades and the crystal braves right here and now. But then that wouldn't have been as interesting for the storyline, I suppose, so...
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Well, yeah, I know, but when there's no more blades or braves breathing, there's nothing left to deal with. Except Lolorito. Definitely take his head out.
This place. Clear your names.
Then we'll be done. Forget clearing our names.
Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
I mean, but we already know? It doesn't really go any deeper. Lolorito's standing right there. That's about as deep as it goes. Ilbert and Lolorito, that's about as deep as this plot goes. They have other things planned, sure, but... like, there isn't some secret hand pulling the... Lolorito was the secret hand pulling the strings. That's about it.
There you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Flirting, goddammit.
Avoiding the fumbling
What do you
advances of
expect?
some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation.
Alright, just making... Oh, no, not that. This. No, not that page. This. Alright, this and that. There we go. Okay. Just freaking lost like 12 of my freaking tabs and windows and I had to grab the right ones again.
It would appear that much of the city is already under
I need
tight
like 5
guard.
more monitors.
It occurs to me that expanding the brass blades
No, actually that would
may
clutter
not
up my
have been
desk
such
to
a
no
wonderful
one
idea
to
after
like
all.
complete worthlessness.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
I mean, from day one. You're the idiots who let Alphino convince us to beg a bunch of felons and monitorists to join us.
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as
Yes! All of them! Every single one of
Plan
them.
on pummeling them all. I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
I am okay with that, Papa Limo. They literally only have a finite number of soldiers. I could just keep fighting all day.
We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed,
Oh my God. It's almost like we have to disappear to a nation that has its doors locked for decades. And no one from Eorzea is allowed to go.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination,
especially as a scholar, the ferry is infinite free healing. Yeah, exactly. Like, as a scholar, that's probably the most sustainable way I could fight every single brass blade in this city imaginable. The ferry, infinite free healing, like, lucid dreaming, perfectly capable of keeping up with any amount of mana drain I could possibly get from just fighting and fighting and fighting. Like, I have great sustain as a scholar. I could fight every brass blade in this damn city, and there's nothing you could do to stop me if this stupid story would just let me. I could take out every brass blade, every single one of the crystal braves that came after us.
Hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly,
Lolorito, take his head off, and then the city can accuse me of whatever treason they want, because I'm leaving, and Ul'dah sucks anyway, so I don't want to come back here anyway.
It should lead outside the city, and allow us to avoid any messy
So,
confrontations.
you know, accuse me of whatever you want, I don't like the city anyway. That's the beauty of it. With Art of War, it doesn't matter if it's 5 guys or 500 guys. They could gather around me all they want. I'm still gonna kill them all.
I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Sure, whatever. See you guys in Post Heavensward.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papa Limo!
Shut up, Minfilia. Leave. Shut up, Minfilia, just go.
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Come on, stupid, move. Just go already. It's like there's no purpose for them dropping the gate if you're just gonna stand there staring at them for an hour. Like, move, idiot. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Now look what you've done.
My mask. Degenerate.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
Really? Fucking switch into ice phase, you idiot. Take you 5 seconds to be all the way back up to full. Like, switch into ice phase, moron.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Nope, not quite yet. There you go, finally some ice. What is this black mage buffing other players nonsense? Although, you know, the Scions all just use fake classes that are their own design.
I was hoping you'd
Like,
say that.
black mages don't buff anyone else. Black mages are greedy. Yep, they're totally dead, guys. Absolutely. They're definitely dead. Yep, definitely. Nothing at all other than they died could have possibly happened there. Definitely dead.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
No one did. And I luckily don't have to come down here with Nanamo later because I don't get to play that far into the game. So I don't have to deal with Sildon Subterrane.
Style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Tiny, stupid little potato waddling along with them. The character looks so stupid, man.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Oh, yeah, wait just a sec. Excuse me one moment. I need to... Boop. Disappear that for just a second. Something I need to take care of real quick. Settings. Before, after, blah, 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 blah. Names, blah, blah, blah. Remove that. Get rid of that. That should work fine. And we're back. Just had to take care of a little something real quick.
Only that which is required
Nothing
to
to see
ensure
here.
that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
Ugh. Sorry.
My friends.
Oh well.
Leave us!
In fact, the next time we see Thancred, we're going to be seeing a lot of
What is
those
the
fair
plan, milady?
features.
Shall I take the dozen on the
A
left
whole
and you the dozen
lot.
on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
The best cutscene. I'm guessing where he starts cutting heads off.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Yes, more killing all of these idiots. More of just taking these morons out. Oh no, an arrow to the knee. Now he's gonna have to go become a crappy Skyrim guard. His life is over.
Well,
as an adventurer, at least.
Splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady.
Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Uh-huh.
Farewell, Nymphilia.
Heidelin.
Oh my god, imagine Thancred being the last person you ever see. It's like, oh my god, she's actually speaking to you as again. Oh no. Not that she has anything really nice to say.
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm.
It's like, Mephilea's never really done anything useful anyway. Go ahead, let her stay behind.
As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
I just feel like, oh, it's so cruel the way we talk about Mephilia. And then you watch Mephilia through ARR and you're like, wow, she really did never do anything. She really never did anything but get kidnapped and protected and kidnapped and protected and beaten up. Tiny potato on the lamb. Oh no, more tiny potatoes. They're spreading. Nice hoodie, dweeb.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
That's because you're an idiot.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
I'm sorry, but even the first time through this game, before I actually knew the twist, fucking recruiting people like Laurentius and Yu Yu Hase, I was like, this seems like a bad idea from the get-go. Like, I may not have noticed Ilbert's betrayal coming, but like, even the first time through, this felt like a bad idea, the people we were recruiting. It's like, I thought they were mine until the moment they betrayed me. It's like, really? Because they felt flimsy as shit from word one for me, even the first time I played this game.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a
Hello.
ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Yeah, Mini Fabio. Mini Fabio. God. It kind of is, actually. Time to
Let's
go.
not dawdle, eh? All aboard.
Started it with a trip with this idiot and ended it with a trip with these two idiots. Both Brennan and Alphino were on the boat with me when I first arrived, and now they're leaving with me in the cart. How are you even able to run across the sandy desert in those freaking lifts of yours, Alphino? I'm sorry, but with how Alphino acts in ARR, I can't help but constantly call him a baby and he's wearing a diaper and making fun of the fact that he's running around in lifts. He's such a brat in ARR. Like, I graduated top of my class at the Studium earlier than anyone else. Yeah, now if only they could wean you off your mama's tits before they sent you off to become a commander of an army.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were.
That was very lucky.
Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yep, time to go wallow in self-pity for a while until I decide to move on to Heavensward, huh? Drown your self-pity in delicious, delicious cocoa until we move to Heavensward.
And who might you be, young sir?
Tiny Fabio. Tiny Potato.
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate.
Yeah, he's gonna need a hand soon.
Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him
And all
from
the
this
hand
madness.
and arm jokes all throughout ARR have been pretty bad.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
You're pointless, and the only one who's going to be able to do that is going to be the Warrior of Light. So much for being a commander.
It was I who needed saving.
And continue to. Many more times. How many times did we save his life? He gets arrested by the Ishgardians. He gets collared by the Garleans. How many more? I can't even remember if there were other points. He mostly helps us throughout Shadowbringers. I don't think we ever have to rescue him, per se. Can't remember if anything happens with him in Stormblood. And then by the time we're up to, like, Dawntrail, he's mostly not interacting with him, except occasionally when the whole Scion group shows up and is like, hey, let's do this, and then all split up and go our separate ways. Help will be along shortly. Summoning folk can prove to be our greatest allies. Fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Yeah, well, imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Oh my god. His dad wouldn't shut up about me. I'm just as much of a tiny squishy potato as you. Your freeway still set things right. I mean, we will. It takes a little while, but still. But I'm too busy wallowing in self-pity. Alphanod, me boy! Hello, tiny baby Alphanod. I'm here to save your little piddly ass again. Now get in the ship. Enterprise at a short distance away. Let's go. Kurthus, baby. Someplace beyond their reach. It's the frozen... well, frozen wasteland that is Kurthus. Besides, we have a friend there. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. Remain here. Dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monetarists. They will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. Do my utmost to thwart their every effort. And yet, surprisingly enough, throughout the whole of Heavensward, when they should be defaming us like crazy, I could just teleport into Ul'dah and do my business whenever I want, and no one does anything to stop me. Strange that. Almost like it's a game, and they can't possibly do grand sweeping changes to things like that. Not for any length of time, at least. My father would labor to believe. Oh my god, you're speechless? Alphanod, me boy? Tiny baby Alf is speechless? That's a surprise. Oh, there's no rest for the righteous. All right. And away we go. Into the frozen lands, so that Alphinaud can drown his sorrows in delicious, delicious cocoa for a while. Hey, and I have one more snooze. I have another ad coming up, but I have one more snooze. This hopefully is enough to buy me the time I need to just sort of like finish this up and sign out and send us on a raid somewhere. Maybe. That's going to be pushing it a little bit. I really only have about 6 or 7 minutes. I don't think that's enough, even with the snooze. God, I hate Twitch ads so much. Speak with Lord Orshafon. Mayhap he will know what to do. Or I suppose if I do it fast enough, I can let the ad run while I'm looking for a place to raid and stuff like that. Because it'll take me a few minutes to figure that out anyway. Oh, I am not walking. Sorry, Gabe. I know you want to be all cinematic and shit, but I ain't walking. But I'll push this ad snooze to like the last second so I can buy myself as much time as possible. Hup. Hello, Orshafont. Where's my heart that you should turn to me before all others? You're growing more complicated in your absence. Best if I explained in full. Oh god, explain in full! But I have ads coming up. Oh well, before the dawn.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper.
I'm saying this is where the attack comes from. Okay.
The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard.
Yeah.
And to place the city under
I did remember there was like
state
an
of
attack that got through and the city was heavily damaged just before we get to Ishgard. Because I remember that being part of the storyline, but I couldn't remember which it was. I wonder if it was the Steps of Faith, but no, it's this one that happens just here.
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment.
Okay.
Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard.
Huzzah for him.
As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished.
Oh no. So we have to sit here and drink cocoa until I move on to the next expansion?
You are not
We have to sit here and drink cocoa for about 6 months till they release 3.0? Oh no.
You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you
wish. The falling snows.
Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The falling snows, or some such.
I love Orshafont. He's the best.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor.
Yup. You just be like, piss off. We have no interest in dealing with you.
Every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence.
Sorry, he's too busy drowning in self-pity.
You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
What other companions? He was mostly just being alpha who made it this far. House Phantom God. Into the intercessory. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will... Oh, yeah, so that's more than I thought. Oh, yeah, no, I still have to go through the freaking credits and stuff, too. Jesus. Oh, yeah, we're going to be playing ads during that, probably. Yeah, you know what? Let's play the ads during the credits. That'll make sense. That's much better. Set aside sufficient time. Boop. Quest complete. And that's it. That's the final quest in ARR. Ah, Tataru. Oh yeah, because she comes with us into Heavensward. Wait, I have another snooze somehow? Huh, somehow I have another ad snooze. That's weird. No one would respond. Yeah, well, there is that. Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamen told me to run in, so I did. Yeah, like Flamen could kick their butts. Observe some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Haha, my ninjas! Nice that she finally took off the mask, too. So there's the reveal of the lizard girls. They was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Oh, God. Met up with Oriange. We told him what had happened. He used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. The outside of our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. Take long either. Apparently, Oriange started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. So we waited there at the sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. People are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no successes yet. Yeah. Might be able to suggest further places to look, but you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That's the funny part, is I can actually go back to Mordona, just teleport in and walk around, and you'll see, like, Crystal Braves and their blues just standing around the town, but no one tries to stop me. I should be one of the most noticeable faces in existence in this freaking country, and no one ever tries to stop me. To a few escapes, not impossible the others could have done so as well. Forsaken by men and women believe true, but rest assured the people of Dome yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts. We should continue our efforts to locate the others. Yep. Ah, the Domans. So loyal. And for almost nothing. I mean, we did a lot to help them, I'll grant you, but it's like, the Crystal Braves were supposed to be loyal and were completely disloyal. The Domans, like, we never demanded anything of them, and yet they're completely loyal.
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes.
Yup.
And look what that arrogance has wrought.
Look what that arrogance has wrought, you stupid diaper baby.
I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve?
Just wallowing in self-pity.
Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee?
I mean, sure you did. You're a cocky little bastard in ARR. You absolutely believed all of that.
Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos, which was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
You just stop talking, please? When you're done wallowing in self-pity, we can talk. But for now, just keep it to yourself. Meanwhile, Orshifot, here, have some cocoa and pick yourself up off the floor, you moron.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
Please don't.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard.
Yep.
Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds,
that voice.
we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orshifon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians.
I mean, yeah. Pretty much as long as my tiny stupid potato is standing, nothing can stop us.
The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity.
Mm-hmm.
Let
But
us
you're still
then
going to sit
resume
here
our
in
journey
self-pity for months until
together,
3.0 releases.
one step at a time.
Done? And done. Done! We are done with ARR. Oh my god. Finished it. Finally. 7 months. 7 months of this challenge, which isn't to say I was going quick. At no point was I going quick. But 7 months of this challenge and we're done with ARR now. I spent like months just sort of down in the weeds being like, oh, I'm just working on crafting this week. I'm just working on this week. It wasn't always MSQ, you know what I mean? But 7 months to get this far. And we are done with ARR. And we are not entirely done with ARR yet because we're not moving into Heavensward next week. I still got crafting my crafting gathering and combat gear, finishing my relic, and finishing the Coils of Bahamut, I think, before I move on to ARR, to Heavensward. I think those are the 3 things that I'm mostly going to do before moving on to Heavensward. Like, some of the other jobs or classes, that stuff can wait a little while. Some of the Beast Tribe stuff, that can wait. It's going to sort of happen in its own time. I'm recording all of the Beast Tribe stuff off stream anyway. I'm not streaming any of that because of how spaced apart everything about the Beast Tribes is. I'm just recording that all in my own time. Deep dungeon stuff will come in its own time. I could get started with that right now if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to right now. I'll get around to that eventually, but not right now. There's lots of other stuff to be done. Extreme trials I could get started on at some point, but I might leave those for now and move on to Heavensward. Heavensward is kind of like the last lockout thing that's really kind of in my way. Getting into Heavensward is kind of the last lockout that's like preventing me from getting access to certain jobs and things like that. Plus, getting into Heavensward will let me like easily start crafting some Heavensward level gear, which will be nice pretty early on. And I kind of want to do that before I move on in certain things. Like finishing up optional side dungeons and unlocking EXs and stuff like that. I think I might do during post Heavensward or something like that. Like between 3.0 and 3.1, maybe I'll get back to doing like ARR EXs and stuff like that to do a little more extra ARR stuff in between. But we'll see. But like continuing to move on with the MSQ is kind of important to me because there's a lot of stuff. There are things I'm locked out of progressing through if I don't move on with the MSQ, right? I've already overleveled my crafters, which means I literally can make 0 progress in the Grand Company supply and provisioning missions until I get like to Stormblood, to like the end of Stormblood basically. Because by the time I get to Stormblood, all of my gatherers and crafters are easily going to be max level, like long before then. So like just to get access to the items I need to gather and craft in order to turn into my Grand Company, I have to be in Stormblood because they don't bother worrying about what you're locked in MSQ-wise. They only give a shit about your level. That's it. They don't care about anything but your level for Grand Company turn-ins, which is bad design. That's bad design. I'm sorry to say, but that's badly designed. If you don't care about MSQ lockouts, then people end up exactly where I am. Where I want to turn in my Grand Company supply and provision missions every day because there's a freaking achievement associated with that I can be making progress toward. But I literally can't get to the zones where the materials I need are. That's bad design. But like, so I can't make any progress in the Grand Company supply and provisioning achievements until I get to the end of Stormblood, basically. Because all my stuff is definitely going to have leveled to 70 by the time I get anywhere near it. Which means that the first chance I'm going to get to find materials I can actually gather or actually craft and turn in is going to be at level 70. There's more job stuff to be done. There's more class stuff I can do. I can set aside days to work on some of those storylines here and there. I'm not at a big push to do those storylines until about the time I'm going to get the jobs, so I'm not really pushing too hard to get all of those stories, all of those classes leveled to 30 and all of their stories done as soon as possible, because I have to wait until I can unlock the jobs anyway. So... But primarily right now, the reason I want to get into Heavensward pretty soon without doing 20 other things in ARR first is because there are 3 more jobs available, one of which I definitely do want, and they are locked behind getting into Heavensward, unlike all the others. So I need to get access to Heavensward zones soon. So I'm thinking... Probably not a week for crafting on its own. Probably next week we'll have some crafting and maybe more of the relic grind, trying to finish the relic grind for next week. Maybe that'll be possible. And then the week after might be for the Coils of Bahamut. If things go as planned and I get the materials I need and get the progress I need and blah, 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 blah. If the world doesn't throw obstacles, unbeatable, unpassable obstacles in my way, it should probably be crafting and relic grind next week and Coils of Bahamut the week after, and then probably right into Heavensward after that. Although that's going to be a little while, because I'm going to have those 2 weeks, and then I'm going to have a week where I'm just sort of putting together the compilation, because at the end of major story bits, major like chapters in the story, I do put together a big compilation, like 6, 7, 8 hour long video of like cut downs of each of the weekly videos. So you don't get everything you get in the weekly videos. They're sort of chopped down to make it even faster. of showing like what I've been through over months, sort of thing. So that'll probably be 3 weeks. Yeah, it'll probably be Relic next week, Bahamut the week after that, then a week of the compilation. So I probably won't stream this at all that week. And then I'll probably try and move into Heavensward after that. Although, actually, I think there's 2 weeks of Bahamut. Because I held back the first episode of Bahamut. When I realized just how much was in my way, how much more I'd have to do to get finished with Bahamut, I actually held back the first week of Bahamut video on YouTube. So I still have it like in a holding pattern waiting for me to finish the rest of Bahamut and then put the 2 videos together as like one. So it's going to be about a month till I get into Heavensward, I think. It is what it is. Anywho. We can skip this now. Because there's one more thing to do this week. Today.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Great. This all kind of went nowhere. It felt like they were trying to do something here with Lolorito and her lady-in-waiting and some greater purpose or whatever, but it all kind of just petered out, dead-ended, and then circled back around to, well, this is what they were really up to in like 5 minutes, and then it amounted to nothing. Like, it felt like there was something to be much deeper supposed to be going on with Lolorito and the lady-in-waiting, only to circle around, go, no, this is what they were actually planning, and 5 minutes later, it's resolved, it's done, we're back to the status quo, okay, let's move on. Hello there. Yeah, you're damn right he's no more. I slapped him across the face with my big, thick blade of light. Extinguish that which should rightly be eternal. Yeah, I'm sure you'll find that whole eternal thing really interesting in Heavensward, La Habrea. The Northern Lands, then. Seeds well sown, be my will, they shall reap with salvation, unlike any other. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. His will. Bunch of idiots. Uh-huh. Oh no, not a real J. The fate of the star. Yeah, whatever. You're all a bunch of nerds. Unto the heavens we will go in a month or two. Probably in about a month. I'll be moving on to Heavensward. A couple of odds and ends to wrap up. A couple of videos to get out.
darkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else.
Well, I'll find a lot else, but there's certainly a lot of all of that. Sounds like the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and their eyes fixed heavensward. Heavensward! Oh man, heavensward. My left arm. Oh, I forgot that was the freaking title. I forgot that was it. And next, coming to Ishgard. Yep. We are done. Bearer of the torch. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Let people know sort of where I am. If they even remember. Alright, one last thing to take care of today. And it is... Ul'dah. No, wait. First I need to buy some stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Hello! I don't even know if the person here has anything worth buying. They need to be items, not gear. The merchant would have to be the one. What do you have item-wise? 492. 492 is not bad, actually. 492 is pretty good. Okay, where am I at? 299, 259. So I need to get down to 49, 259. Right? 250. Yeah. 49, 259. $55. I need about 5,000 more. $49,323. Technically not quite where I need to be, so let's just go ahead and do that. There. I'm under 49,259. That's 250k spent. Trash this. Spent my money. Finished 2.5. Now we're off to Ul'dah. Still not telling you what one I'm gonna take. You guys get to figure that out as I get there. And where do I go? There, I think. Or is it somewhere else? Can't remember. Come on. Load up. So, you guys know what class I'm taking now? How to rescue my sister! Okay, let's do this. I mean, hey, I'm already dressed the part. Some sort of mage, but it's 1 against 5. Help him! Okie doke. I mean, this is the first, like, serious diversion. Right? Like, my first 2 jobs were scholar. Yeah, sure, yeah, you start as an arcanist, you get a scholar. Warrior, you know, you do a marauder. Yeah, sure, you can become a warrior. It's like, now let's use a Stormblood class. Forget the rest of the ARR classes. This is what's most important to me now. And this is the reason why I wasn't going to rush into Summoner. I've already done a lot of Summoner. I've played so much Summoner off of my first free trial and my main. Like, I'll get to Summoner eventually, but... yeah. Oh, so fun. I don't really know how good he is at 70, though. But still fun. In general. Hi, Jeroen. How you doing, pal? Came to lend your aid. If I'd known, I would have spared you a villain or 2. Oh, man. Jeroen Tia. Why does this strike such a familiar chord? Yeah, no problem, girl. Escort her back to her sister. Alright. Bleh. Time for you to go away. You're in the middle of, like, cutscenes and stuff. Whenever you start, I think this starts at 50. I'm pretty sure it starts at 50. Wouldn't start at 60, would it? Actually, it might. It's a Stormblood class. It might start at 60. I think they start about 10 levels under. Or is it 20 levels under and they have a quest for 10 levels? I don't remember. Screw it. I'll just pick up the class and then figure it out. Committing more. The man in red defeated them all. That's how he fought. Spells and steel. Heroes Papa told us about a Crimson Duelist. Didn't expect to hear that name this far south. His daughter's tales of red mages, then he must be from Alamigo, yes. Nice choice of bedtime stories. Now, let's see you girls home. I love that I came here already dressed the part. Like, I'm already running around in red. And it says a celebratory drink. Let me strike you, however, you'll find me staying over at Blackbrush Station. Alright. Time to head back out. Just need to finish this first quest and get my freaking crystal and my garb and stuff. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to put this at the end, because it's so definitive, like an end to ARR, and then the credits and all this stuff. And then I'm like, do I really want to tack on picking up the new class? But I've been putting the new class at, like, the end of the episode, so it just felt right to actually grab the new class before finishing this episode out. There's Rune. Maybe those girls tracked me down and insisted I accept a reward. She might be stopping by. She left a token of gratitude for you as well. Affluent merchant family. ransom and all that. Told the girls we were immediately assigned a capable bodyguard, however, so you could drink in peace. Remembered once I know your name. I'll say who first mentioned you to me. Yep. Nobody's courage and nobody's strength. It's like... But we haven't really interacted too much. In fact, we didn't even go all the way through the Bahamut raids yet. Bye-bye, chats. Fellow traveler met upon the road. Yep. And then she learned red magic. Quick study in the arcane side of things, but fencing was something of a challenge. Have you any interest in the art? Of course I do, or I wouldn't have blown 250k and an entire chapter of my storyline on it. Teaching is a practical one. Join me in beating people up. I'm just gonna pick up the class, and then I'm gonna walk away, and I'll talk to you again sometime later. In fact, there may not be a reason to interact with him right away, because he might drag me into... No, you know what? He wouldn't. The first chapter is probably only ARR type areas. I don't remember exactly. Give you that reward. Boop. Red mage unlocked. Huzzah! Oof. How deep the rabbit hole goes. Okay. I need to figure out if I can craft a red mage's weapon. That would be smithing, almost certainly. There's no way there's going to be one at 50. Yeah, there's no way there's going to be one. I suspect the earliest red mage weapon is probably 60 or even 70. And there's a samurai weapon at 54. Oh, that's interesting. Let me double check just a second. Machinist at 50. Okay, yeah, there's no weapon I can use, so I'm just gonna use it. Like, there's no weapon I can possibly craft for this class at the level or the areas I'm at, so I'm going to use the weapon the game gave me. Red stuff, but I'm not going to equip any of that. We're going to take all of this gear that they're offering me here. And it's not very good. That's because I don't really have a set for my gear set list. Do I have a red mage? I do, in fact, have a red mage. Red mage. There we go. I mean, it doesn't really look the part anymore. Oh, and that's very early. Oh, no, that's 47. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. But I need to go back to Ul'dah really quick. Just pop back in there real quick and then make my red mage look a little red. I'm going to have to make new gear for him anyway, though. Which raises the question, do I want to go into... No, you know what? I should keep Scholar into the Coil of Bahamut. Because I started the first turn as, the first coil as Scholar. I should just keep it Scholar through the rest of the Coil of Bahamut. Yeah, I can play around with Red Mage a little bit on other things, but I'll keep it Scholar. Though realistically, I should probably continue being Scholar through Heavensward, just because of the fact that the healer Q times are so good. I should probably be maining Scholar most of the time. There we go. Red Mage. The newest of my classes. And then I can, let me see. Yeah, it kind of has his whole kit. Okay, 76 I can't get to. Oh god, I still have my Red Mage is still using its, like, Boja setup. 64, Jesus, I forgot Varese is so bad. 86 I can't get to. I mean, he's actually got a pretty decent kit. At 76, or at 70. Yeah, he's actually got a really decent kit. Even getting rid of stuff that I can't get access to, he has a pretty decent kit at his max level. What level is he at, anyway? 50, okay. Wait, do I need Millennium? Repulse to a child with double Millennium. Okay, that's what it is. Vice of Thorns. Can't do that. Can't do a lot of these things, but that's fine. For Holy... Oh, yeah, I can even get Holy and Flare at 70. Yeah, I get Holy and Flare at 70. I don't get Scorch, and I don't get the enchanted ones. Resolution, Great Impact. Okay, so I don't get... There's some of the Red Mage's general kit that I don't get access to at 70, but I get enough of it that I think it'll be a good class. Alright. That is enough. We are done. ARR is finished. I've got my new job. Oh, hey, best job. Hey, Sai. Yep. Went with Red Mage. Yeah. Finished ARR. I've finished most of this chapter. Like I said, there's some cleanup stuff for the next couple of weeks. Some crafting, some relic work, and hopefully some Coils of Bahamut over the next 2 weeks. Hopefully. And then the third, that'll finish up the whole chapter. And I think the third week, I'll probably have a compilation video of this whole post-ARR journey. And then in about a month, I think, I will be moving into Heavensward, provided life doesn't kick me in the nuts at any point through that and things go as I think they're going to go. That should be about it.